Good morning. Thank you all for coming out to join us for what is probably the most important program of the short life of the Stone Center over the past 40 or so odd years. If you look around the room, you can see some of the other kinds of things that we've done, and many of those were really groundbreaking gatherings. But I can tell you that the anticipation for this particular program has been as great within our office as it has been in the community. You can't imagine the kinds of calls that we've been getting, first of all, thanking us for doing this, and secondly, making sure that they would be able to come, that there were no barriers. There are no barriers. All of you who are familiar with the Stone Center know that there are no barriers here, and that is why we're so happy to have you with us. Before I begin, I want to make another point very, very clear, that although the Stone Center has done much of the planning, this is a joint effort by a number of different units on this campus. If you look on the back of your program, you will see the American Indian Center, Carolina Black Caucus, Carolina Public Humanities, Center for African Studies, Center for Civil Rights, Center for Dramatic Art, Center for the Study of the American South, who worked with us very early on, Chapel Hill Public Library, the Department of African, African American, and Diaspora Studies, one of my homes, the Department of Communication, Hampton History Museum, the Halsey Institute of Contemporary Art at the College of Charleston, Institute for the Arts and Humanities, the Office of the Provost, the Office of the Chancellor, Orange County Community Remembrance Coalition, the Stanford L. Warren Branch Library, and the Stone Center Library. I wanted to say each of those names because in a lot of cases, folks don't emphasize the importance of the collaborations that we have, and I wanted you to hear their names and understand that this program would not have taken place without the energy, without the intellectual contributions, and the financial contributions that many of them made to us to make this program possible. So thanks all. Please join me. We have a great number of very, very important, learned people here, so I'm not going to take too much time this morning. I do want to give you a few kind of cleanup items, as they call it. Is it cleanup or startup? One of the two. Yeah, one of the two. Restrooms, number one. For those who aren't familiar with the building, if you go out these doors straight towards the front of the building and to your left, you will find the restrooms. This is being live streamed via Facebook and Vimeo. So if you have colleagues or friends who are interested, if they go to the Stone Center's Facebook page, they will be able to click on to the live stream there, and the same thing on the Stone Center's Vimeo page, so you'll be able to get it there as well. We're going to follow as closely as possible the schedule that you have before you. When we break for lunch, you'll have a brief time to grab your lunch, and you can sit anywhere. You can come back in here. You can go out on the veranda. It looks like it may get to be a little bit warmer today, and you're welcome to do that. But then we will begin the afternoon keynote right away. At this point, I'm going to ask Carol Tressolini, who is the Vice Provost of Academic Initiatives, actually someone that I've worked with now, I guess, since 2005 as my Vice Provost and my supervisor, so to speak, but also someone who really has helped to give direction to what the Stone Center has been doing over those years. So I'm going to ask her to come up and say a few words of welcome, and then I'll try to bring on the next set of elements for the program. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Joseph. Welcome, everyone. I think we've all been awaiting this symposium with great anticipation. It seems like for months and months, and I'm just very excited that this day is finally here. At the Stone Center, This is the place where symposia have become the norm. Very strong and deeply thought out symposia have become the norm. You see on the poster, Radicals in Black and Brown was an early one. Previous symposia have focused on Nina Simone, as you can see, the Young Lords and the Black Panthers, and a recent symposium on the significance of black bookstores. In very classic Stone Center tradition, today's symposium brings together faculty, staff, students, and the community to consider the most difficult of questions and the most exciting new ideas in African American and diaspora studies, drawing both from the written record and from traditional narratives outside of formal sources. Also in classic Stone Center and UNC Chapel Hill tradition, this program is the result of collaboration and partnerships. In fact, would not be possible without them. Thank you, and I'm echoing Joseph here, thank you to all of the co-sponsors for joining together to host this event. Carolina is known for being an intensely collaborative place with interdisciplinary study playing a key role in achieving our academic mission. So thanks to all, both the community partners and the campus partners who have joined together to make this possible. Thanks also to Dr. Jordan and the Stone Center staff for the hard work that went into this program today and the associated programs throughout the fall. Sharif, Stephanie, Chris, Shakira, Javier, and Greg, thank you all very, very much for all the work you've done on this. Creating this symposium required collective thought and action, appropriately enough, because of course the focus of the program itself is the collective memories of the different communities, different worlds really, that collided in 1619. The worlds of the enslaved people from West Africa, the British and European colonialists and colonists, and Native Americans. Today we'll explore perspectives across these worlds in hopes of developing new insights and understandings. I think it is just so right that we're taking time to consider the impact of that moment in 1619, when the first enslaved people from West Africa were brought to Point Comfort in what is now Virginia. A moment that set us on a path that we continue to grapple with today, 400 years later. As a society and as a university community, I think we're beginning to collectively divine and acknowledge the import and consequences of 1619 and the fundamental contradictions that exist in our national history and ideals and in our university history and ideals. I think this symposium, the work of the New York Times, Nicole Hannah-Jones's, a piece of Nicole Hannah-Jones's wonderful essay is reprinted in your program. And all of these things, I think, are helping us to work through these contradictions. As we know, enslaved people were instrumental in building this university, as were many slaveholders. Our campus sits on land that in the 1600s was the home of the Sissepahaw, Shakori, and Eno tribes. Over the years, we've struggled to reconcile Carolina's mission and values with the reality of our university's history. We have a lot of reckoning to do, but I think we're on the path of doing so. So thanks to each of you for coming today. I hope that the presentations and conversations provide insights and revelations that will further our continued collective reflection and action. And finally, many thanks to the speakers and panelists who will be offering their knowledge and wisdom today. We greatly appreciate your presence here and your contributions to us today. Again, thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Carol. I do want to reiterate what Carol was saying, at least in one sense, that when we had the early conversations about what we were going to do here, working primarily with Ted Shaw and folks from the Center for Civil Rights, Eunice Saleh from African American and Diaspora Studies, and also with Melinda Maynor from the Center for the Study of the American South, we all were very, very clear that we were not going to make the mistakes, I guess I can't call them mistakes, we would not take the approach that other folks took and looking at binary or conversations only between two sets of people. or 4 sets of people at 2 different times. In other words, if you went through history the way some of us did, we looked at African Americans as enslaved people and Europeans. That was it. Or you looked at Native peoples and Europeans as colonialists. It was just remarkable to me that you can have these sets of people in the same place, and there was not a encounter, an interaction, or some kind of dynamic where those voices did not engage each other. And all of us here know that it happened. So part of what we wanted to do is to make sure that this place did not repeat that error. So the conversations that you hear today are not going to be 2-part harmony. They're going to be much, much more nuanced. They're going to include as many voices as we can bring in, and we're going to also ask you to help us make sense of it as well. We're going to do a couple of other things during the day, and I want you, if you can, to remain with us at the end of the program, where we're going to do an interdenominational libation ceremony. We have been contemplating doing this at different places, but we felt that it probably would be best, since you're here with us, to do that ceremony while we're here. I'm actually going to ask Ted Shaw, who is Director of the Center for Civil Rights, to come up to introduce the morning keynote. And I'll also note that I think we have enough time for a few questions for the keynote speaker for Jessica this morning at the end, because we're a little bit ahead of schedule. That never happens, but we're a little bit ahead of schedule, so we'll have that. And she's game. Please help me in welcoming Ted Shaw. Thank you.
Well, good morning. I've been thinking about 1619 and the 400th anniversary, commemorating 1619 for many, many years now. So I'm deeply grateful that Joseph Jordan has undertaken to bring us here together today, and the other co-sponsors. And I want to get to the task of introducing our keynote speaker, our morning keynote speaker. First, I have a confession. I went to Catholic school for 12 years, and so that ingrained confession. I always say Catholic school was my salvation and my damnation. My salvation because the education I got was an excellent education, although those nuns were beating us silly. And my damnation because once those nuns get in your head, you never get them out. Having said that, Jessica Cruz, as it turns out, I didn't know this until a few minutes ago, is from, as am I, Harlem and the Bronx. And in fact, we grew up different time. I'm a lot older than she is. In public housing projects, just a short distance away from one another. So I always feel connected to people who come from New York, from Harlem, the Bronx, and from the projects. And so I'm very happy to see her here today. She is assistant professor at Columbian College of Arts and Sciences. I have another confession, which is that I left my glasses. Actually, that was the confession, and I forgot it. I left my glasses at home, and so I'm hoping I can do this justice. Her areas of expertise are Africa, Latin America, African American history, early modern world, imperialism, and colonialism. That's quite a bit to take on. She's a historian of politics, ideas, and cultural practices in Africa, and the African diaspora, with a particular interest in West Central Africa and Maroon societies in early modern period and Black transnational cultural studies. Her book, Fugitive Modernities, Politics, and Identity Outside of the State of Kisama, Angola, and the Americas, circa 1519 to the 1594 to the present, interrogates the political practices and discourses of which those who fled from slavery and the violence of the slave trade in Angola forged coherent political communities outside of and in opposition to state politics. I can't resist making this observation. You can look at me and tell that I am many things, but as I did some of that research that some of us do, Angola is in my blood. She then follows these practices, discourses, and ideologies across the Atlantic, investigating their use in 17th century Maroon fugitive communities in Brazil and Colombia. The book ends with a consideration of the relationship between resistance, non-state politics, and colonial and post-colonial politics. Her next book, Fathers of No Nation, explores the relationship between Seminole fugitive / resistance leaders and gendered politics of authority and state in Sao Tome, the Dominican Republic, and Jamaica from the 16th century through the present. Professor Cruz has also written on hip-hop, politics, and gender in both Angola and New York City. I love that. As well as the transnational and ritual idioms of politics in Jamaican Maroon societies in the 18th century. She is deeply interested in intellectual histories of those who never wrote documents and the use of embodied knowledge for both research and teaching. She was educated, got a PhD at the University of Wisconsin-Madison 2012. I can't resist also saying, as somebody who started out in Harlem, that my guess is she also was educated at UCLA, University in the corner of Lenox Avenue. So without any further ado, and I will not tell you about all of her many publications, Jessica A. Cruz.
Good morning. Thank you so much for that introduction. I didn't know we were neighbors. We had all this overlap. So it's really nice to be home, even being here. And thank you all for coming. So I realized that on this, just a few notes about that. My faculty website is really, really outdated. My bad. So the book is out. It's Fugitive Modernities, Kisama, and the Politics of Freedom. It's a little punchier, right? The older title was too long. So if you're looking for it and trying to find all that, it's just Fugitive Modernities. You'll find it. So I know I'm on this program to provide like the historical background of Angola, and I'm going to do that, but I'm going to do that in a slightly different way. And here we are thinking, it was just yesterday when I was on the plane coming down here from New York, and we're reading about the CIA-backed coup of Evo Morales, right? Completely unseating the populist rule and the indigenous rule in Bolivia. We know this story, right? We've been knowing this story, and this story's been going on for a long, long time. And you don't need me to stand up here and give a long and detailed history of U.S. imperialist intervention around the world. But the reason I bring this up, is because we are always in this politics. And so I want us to think about time a little bit differently. I'm going to walk you through that. And also just to explain a little bit about how I came to this project, right? Coming from where I come from, why am I doing this? It's also deeply personal and deeply generational. So I think maybe for some of the older heads in the room who were around when that really bright promise of decolonization was a reality, right? And this idea of like sovereignty, you know, in Africa, in the Caribbean, and what that could mean, and what that could mean for us as diasporic folks, right, as black folks around the world, right, thinking about Dr. King at Ghana's independence in '57 and so on and so forth. By the time I was born, that promise had faded, that dream had faded, but we still grew up with all that same rhetoric, right? Like growing up here and like, Viva Puerto Rico libre, right? Puerto Rico's still a colony, like, let's get independence. And then you look around to neighboring nations, you have to ask yourself, what does independence mean, right? Like independent like whom? Independent like what? And this isn't just my idea, right? Former president of Ghana, Jerry Rawlings, talked about the distinction between a flag independence and a meaningful independence. And so to me, if I'm thinking about what is the utility of history, and I always say I'm like a DK historian, right? Like I'm supposedly a historian, but I do a lot of different things. But to me, the utility of it is to fuel and feed political imagination, right? Stories about the past are great, but they're great in as much as they can animate us to create a different kind of future, I think. I'm sure I have colleagues who are setting their hair on fire at the very notion, but to me, that's what matters. And so when I think about what can we as colonized people, and I use that first person plural pronoun in a very deliberate way, so that doesn't include everyone, right? That we is pretty targeted. But what kind of future can we engender? So that's why I do the history I do, just to kind of lead into that. So this morning I want us to think through kind of three big ideas in relationship to what I do in 1619. So I want us to think about the politics of time. I want us to think about the politics of place and naming. And then I want us to think about the politics of speech and silence. So the first one, the politics of time. Here we are at 1619 event. What is the event of 1619, though, right? I mean, everyone knows this story about the 20 and odd Negroes, right, arriving in Virginia, and people are excavating this more and more, but why 1619? It's not the beginning of transatlantic slavery whatsoever, right? It's more than 100 years after that. It's not the beginning of even, you know, if you want to think this nation state has some kind of meaning, right? It's not the beginning of enslaved Africans in what's now the US. So why 1619? Because it's an English colony, right? So even within that, right, even embedded within that is something other scholars and myself refer to as colonial time, right? What about us in 2019 as diasporic people, as colonized people, is connected to British colonialism? That can be part of the backstory, how did we get here, but is that who we are, right? Are we accepting the origin story of the US empire as rooted in the British Empire, as having some sort of meaningful connection to who we are? And I mean, let's just start all the controversy right off, right? Here I'm very much looking at all these hashtag ADOS folks, and our brother Cornel West, who is doing things I do not understand, right? To say that, I mean, maybe some of y'all feel me, maybe some of y'all don't, but to just say that there's something really troubling about identifying with the conditions of your own oppression, right? And there's something that's been troubling about that. It was 1852 when Frederick Douglass said, "What to a slave is the 4th of July." And many of us here in this room are familiar with that speech, but that was radical, right? It was radical then, it's even more radical now, to say, what do you think you have to do with the empire that has created itself from your bones? So I want us to think a little bit differently about a politics of time. I know I'm brought in here to talk about 1619, right, and African background, but I want to give you another possibility for thinking about time. So in Kimbundu, which is a language spoken in modern-day Angola in West Central Africa, it's not the only language there, but it's spoken in Luanda and areas to the east, a little bit north and south, right? There's this term called the Jita Kwata Kwata. Now in Kimbundu, Jita means war, so that's pretty straightforward. Maybe, but we won't go into all that, right? We think we know what war is. So it's kwata kwata. Well, kwata means acquisition, getting stuff. So if you reduplicate it, if you repeat it, kwata kwata, you're really intensively going out there and grabbing stuff. So it's the war of intensive acquisition. when I was first doing my research in Angola, right, and I was talking to people, and I was like, oh, you know, people were telling me these stories, and they're like, yeah, it was during the Gita Quata Quata, you know, and I'm a trained historian, I'm doing my job, great, when was that? You know, I want to write down some dates so I know exactly when that was. That didn't work out so well. So the Gita Quata Quata begins when transatlantic slavery begins, which in West Central Africa is the 1480s, right? 10 years before Columbus's voyage, right? And I mean, we know this because we know in Iberia and Spain and Portugal, like in Portugal, 10% of the population in the 16th century is black, right? These are not voluntary migrants. So we know that there's a deeper history, right? We know this is part of the history of Sao Tome. So this is when the Gita Quata Quata begins, and it really begins intensively. You know, many of us might be familiar with that famous letter from 1525. The King of Congo is writing to the King of Portugal and saying, this needs to stop. He really just means his subjects, right? He's still very much profiting from selling enslaved captives. All right, so this begins very early. This is also, by the way, why I think the idea of a pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial way of thinking about history is absurd. Right? Because first of all, it reduces millennium of African history to people just being like, when's colonialism coming, right? Like there's no meaningful temporal boundaries before that or distinctions. And then the real center event is colonialism. And then whatever happens after, which is still colonialism as we know, right? So I don't like those distinctions. I also am not sure when they begin. If someone, you know, enslaved in say 16th century Angola and transported in chains in the bottom of a slave ship, who comes to 17th century Virginia, goes from a pre-colonial history to a colonial history in the bottom of a slave ship. Like, none of that makes a lot of sense to me. But Gita Quata Quata begins when this transatlantic slave trade begins. The violence arrives in Angola in this way. When does it end? Some people say 1961, which is the uproll in the Baixo de Caçange, which is when slavery as such ended in Angola. Right? So Angola was a Portuguese colony until 1975. I know there's people in this room who were like actively involved in the resistance against Portuguese colonialism and supporting Angolan freedom fighters, so shout out to all y'all, right? But in 1961, people rose up and ended forced labor, slavery there, right? So I've actually walked through cotton fields with people who were slaves picking cotton in Angola in the early 1960s. Time is wild, right? So some people say 1961, some people say 1975, which is flag independence, right? And those are usually people who have a certain kind of connection to the ruling party. And then there's people who say, as many of you know, Angola is one of the world's leading petroleum producers, right? Angola and Nigeria sort of trade off having the top spot in Angola, or in Africa in terms of petroleum production. And so some people say, you know, the oil, it's mostly offshore in Angola, the oil comes from the bodies of people who were thrown off of slave ships. And the Gita Quata Quata will end when there's no more oil. I've never heard a critique of capitalism any more effective than that, right? Just in how we label time. The Gita Quata Quata is the anti-black and anti-indigenous violence of capitalism, and it ends when the profit from those bodies ends, right? Because you can think of oil literally as oil, but it's so much deeper than that. So this event is organized around 1619, but I would put out there that maybe what we're really doing is a multi-sided interrogation of the Gita Quata Quata, right? And how we remain located, imbricated within it, and how we can understand the pasts and futures of that, how we can understand the possibility for a world outside of that. So moving then to what I said, thinking about a politics of place and naming. So for those of us, you know, who do any kind of scholarship, I'm looking at my phone to check the time because I tend to talk. So, you know, a lot of us are used to thinking about this in terms of origins. You know, you were talking about you got Angola in you, right? And a lot of us are so thirsty for the kind of knowledge that we can't get in other ways that we're trying to figure out what's in us, and we're looking for a place to give us some kind of meaning, to give us some kind of home. I get that, I feel that deeply every single day because we are multiply displaced people. But what's underneath all of that is how do we really understand our connection as diasporic people to Africa? Is Africa the past, right? Is there something about that? And the scholarship, I would say, has remained overdetermined, and also popular discourse, popular speaking about this, has remained overdetermined by a search for origins, right? So we know that those 20 folks, and it was a lot more than 20, for those of you who might not be familiar with doing historical research in this time period, or even thinking about demography of the transatlantic slave trade and research on that, right? So the most current numbers say more than 13 million men, women, children are transported across the ocean, the bottom of ships in chains. We can't really know because so many of these records so many of them are gone, right? Just gone forever. But so many of them also don't number our ancestors as people, right? So oftentimes you get these description of such and such number of pesa de India, piece of India, which is how many people you can buy for a certain length of cloth, right? Of luxury cloth. So even the way we enter into archives isn't as people, but I'll get to that a little bit later, right? So thinking about the politics of place, and so often, I was writing and fighting with everyone around this when Black Panther came out, I swear, right? So often it's this search for a kind of uplifted past, right? Like we were kings and queens. How many of y'all have heard people say that, right? And heard people say that usually as a way to tell people in my generation to like pull up our pants and stuff, right? But also as a way to find pride, right? Like we were kings and queens, we were not always this. And of course we weren't always this, but also we weren't kings and queens, right? That was a really small number of people. But there's a politics to that kind of imagination, right? Which is that you can only glorify yourself if your ancestors were exploiting people the same way the people who exploited us were. Because what makes someone a king and queen is how hard they're treading on someone else, right? That's all it is. Like, people got really hyped when Black Panther came out, and then there was talk of the same director doing a biopic of Mansa Musa, right? The 14th century king of Mali. Like, Mansa Musa's whole reign was built on slavery. It really was. And so I want to know those stories. Those are my ancestors, right? Farmers, fisher people, goat herds, enslaved people, right? What this means practically is, especially for those of us who do diasporic history, but even historians just straight up of Africa, is that we don't talk about the majority of people who don't live inside states, who are people who don't live inside of empires. And in fact, this is most of human history, right? If you're someone who's just interested in the history of people on this planet, most of what you should be looking at is not states. But if you think about, if you think back to high school, whatever, right? If you grew up in the US, probably took US history, maybe you had some world history, which really meant European history and imperial history, right? You get no sense that there is life outside of states, but there really is, and it's really the majority of it. So my research has focused on Kisama. And the question naturally is, what is Kisama? The fact of its complexity is actually what makes it interesting. So there's what I refer to as geographical Kisama, which is this area between Luanda and Benguela. So again, if you're familiar with the demography of the transatlantic slave trade, Luanda is, in modern-day Angola, is the port from which more Africans left the continent in chains than anywhere else. And Benguela is the third most important port. So only in between there is Ouida, which is in modern-day Benin in West Africa. But the vast majority of all enslaved Africans came from West Central Africa, which again is something a lot of people miss because we talk about West Africa a lot. And there's really imperial reasons for that. Right? And there's some interesting 20th century political reasons as well. But the vast majority of black folks in the Americas can trace our ancestry to West Central Africa, right? So Kisama, geographical Kisama is like literally ground zero of this, right? It's also bordering on some really powerful kingdoms. Check in on the time, cool. So Congo and Dongo, right? So if you've ever heard of the Kingdom of Angola, right? That was never really a kingdom. It's Ndongo, right? Matamba. So all of these powerful states. And my sense, as best as I can get suggestively from historical comparative linguistics, ethnography, oral histories, is that the origins of these communities, it's a rural area, it's very arid, right? The origins of these communities go back to people fleeing the expansion of Kingdom of Congo in the 13th and 14th centuries, right? So already there's people who have a kind of non-state ideology, not by accident, right? Like not like they just hadn't figured out how to make states yet, but they were gonna do it if they got it together. No, this was on purpose, right? These were people who peeped what happened under empire and were not interested in it at all. And I'm talking about African empire, right? By the time 16th century rolls around, and again, you know, thinking about the complete intellectual poverty of these concepts of colonial and post-colonial and pre-colonial history. This is something else from my faculty website. I don't know why they decided I do colonial history. I definitely do not, but, you know, that's all good. So, you know, thinking about the poverty of this concept, already in the 1500s, the Portuguese had large-scale plantations in Angola, in the Lucala and Bengo River valleys, where hundreds and hundreds of enslaved people were growing food for the slave ships, right? Using Brazilian cultigens, juca or mandioca, cassava, however you want to call it, this root crop, right, that came from Brazil. So this is already a reality. In 1593, the Portuguese rock salt in this area functioned as currency, and there was a really important rock salt mine in geographic Kisama. So in 1593, the Portuguese briefly conquered it for about 6 months. Another powerful local leader in the area, not the leader of the area where the salt mine was, came to the aid, right, of his neighbor with a large military force. Now at this point, the Portuguese had cavalry there. They had a really large military presence, and not just Portuguese, but all of the people they enslaved and forced to fight them from neighboring communities, right? Fight for them. So Kafu Shambari, which is the name of this other powerful local leader, knew that he didn't have a cavalry, right? He was at a disadvantage strategically. So he lured them into a heavily wooded area. That's really smart, right? If you're practicing guerrilla warfare, you got to think about how to mitigate a superior technological advantage. He did. Cavalry doesn't do much in the woods, right? So he led the Portuguese to believe that they had defeated his forces. And then when they let their guard down, they were retreating, he circled back. And accounts of this vary to killing everyone but 8 of the Portuguese forces. Some say 6, some say 12. But what everyone agrees was that it was a rout. It was so complete a rout that oral history in Kisama today says that no white person has ever set foot in Demba, which is where the rock salt mine is, right? It's a sacred area. So not only did they force the Portuguese out, they forced the memory of their occupation out. And people take a lot of pride in this today, right? History and memory is always a radical project. What's really interesting is that after this, we start seeing people fleeing to Kisama because they thought Kafu Shambari, this leader, could protect them. Now, he wasn't the leader of this whole area, and in fact, he fought his neighbors consistently into the 20th century. Oh, by the way, yeah, I'm talking about him as one person. So just like we talked about the Jita Kwata Kwata, right? People talk about Kafu Shambari from the late 16th century into the 20th century as one person, as one entity. It's not because people in Angola, especially people living today who lived through the war, don't have a very clear idea of what a human lifespan is like. People know what life and death looks like, unquestionably. But there's something about subjectivity that transcends that. So people started fleeing there, and they started building this larger community, hundreds of people from these plantations, right? People who were fleeing the violence of these slave raids. And they built a new world. And for any of you who are familiar with history of Marronage in the Americas, this should sound really, really familiar because that's exactly what it is, right? This is a Maroon history in West Central Africa. That's how I got interested in it, right? What they didn't do is build a state, though. So I think that usually when people talk about Marronage in the Americas, either it's in this sort of like retrograde colonial anthropological way where it's like people were trying to recreate their lives in Africa. And I'm mocking that a little bit because we know that anyone who ended up a captive in the Americas was coming from a really unstable situation in Africa, right? So it's not like there was some sort of pristine, unpunctuated past and people just got snatched out of it, right? We're talking about people who come from deeply, deeply turbulent situations because of the violence that generated captives, right? that forced people into chains. So we're talking about that reality. So people weren't trying to necessarily recreate some sort of stable past, but it was always an act of radical political imagination, right? So I'm interested in what were the ideas they drew on. How many people in this room, you know, if you're a little bit familiar with Brazilian history, maybe have heard of the term quilombo? Okay, so someone just shout out, like, what's a quilombo? Yeah, it's a maroon community. Yeah, and obviously, you know, if you speak any Romance language, Portuguese, Spanish, French, whatever, like, you know, quilombo isn't a word from one of those languages, right? It's an Imbangala word. So at the same time that these fugitive communities are forming in geographical Kisama, at the same time you have these folks called the Imbangala, or the Jaga, which some of you might have heard of, right? And this is another radical response to this apocalyptic violence. These are people who completely eschew the idea of social reproduction. So you don't reproduce by having kids, right? Which is how many of us typically think of reproduction. They didn't farm, they didn't herd animals, these Imbangala folks. They just roved the country in war camps. And their war camps were called quilombo. That's where the term comes from, right? And they would kidnap teenagers from the people they attacked. Now, according to sources, they were anthropophages. They ate people, right? They had all of these really radical rituals. And what you understand when you look at Imbangala history is that it was a society completely predicated on the idiom of warfare. No one does this for fun, right? This is something that only makes sense in the context of this extreme, unprecedented violence. This was a response to it. Why plant something you're going to be dead before it grows? Why try to raise an animal, you know, to adulthood, you're going to be dead before it happens? This is what makes sense when that is your reality, right? So the word quilombo comes into all the neighboring languages in West Central Africa as war camp, right? Because Imbangala people were attacking everyone. It made sense to borrow that word. It means that in Kimbundu too. Everywhere Kimbundu is spoken, it means that except for in Kisama. So in Kisama, quilombo means fisherman's camp. This to me is really interesting for a number of reasons. So from at least the 1620s, people from Kisama in canoes were attacking two-masted Portuguese slave ships going up and down the Kwanza River and freeing captives. So we know that fishermen were actually fishing men, right? They were freeing people from these ships. But what's so interesting about this to me is the absolute categorical refusal to organize society around an idiom of warfare, even as the practice of warfare was essential to survival, right? Until the 20th century. Until the 20th century, Portuguese still did not conquer this region, these people, and they're always complaining about it. But people didn't become warriors. In fact, in oral history in Kisama, there's only one named warrior, maybe two. I'll get to that in a second. Politics of naming. So of course I wanted to figure out what does Kisama mean, right? And linguistically it's kind of a strange construct for Kimbundu. In Kikongo you have a lot of place names that start with Ki, but you don't really have that in Kimbundu. So I was curious, I was asking people, well, what does Kisama mean? What does Kisama mean? And they told me this story that during the Jita Kwata Kwata, there was a warrior, and no one could defeat him. No one. Not the Portuguese, not Congo, not Ndongo, not Matamba, not the Imbangala, no one. And he never combed his hair, and he never cut it. So he had this wild hair. So as a joke, people started calling him Kisamunu, which means comb, right? It's like a 17th century roast. And then it got shortened from Kisamunu, or comb, to Kisama. I think that's Kafu Shambari, because he's the only other named warrior. Right? Other people, even other people who themselves were warriors, right, who were fighting in the war from 75 to 2002, people will refer to them as elephant hunters. Like, oh, you know, so-and-so, yeah, he's an elephant hunter. He comes from a family of elephant hunters. No one's hunting that many elephants. It's just not happening, right? It's another way for people to talk about violence without internalizing violence into society. So this is what I mean by the importance of politics of place and naming, right? It shows something about political imagination and what you think matters. You can organize your society as a war camp, or you can stay farming and fishing and hunting and practice war because you have to for survival. And I think one of these strategies offers us something if we're dreaming of a world outside of Jita Kwata Kwata and how we build it. Now, when I think about how this politics inflects the diaspora, we want to think about origins, right? We want to think like, oh, maybe my ancestors were from there, and maybe they were. But what's more important, what I refer to in my writing as a politics of reputation, right? And this is something I'm so glad I got that intro I got, because y'all know that, right? Like when he says the South Bronx, you all know what that means. Even if you've never been there, you all know what that means, right? That I'm from there, that you're from there, that means something, right? So it's a politics of reputation. South Bronx travels that way. Hip-hop travels that way. All these things travel this way. Whatever community you're from, maybe you can think about how that travels that way. And Kisama definitely travels this way, even in the 15th and 16th century. Certainly we know it travels this way because fugitives from this broad swath of West Central Africa end up there. And you can see that today because the kind of Kimbundu people speak sounds like no other Kimbundu dialect, right? They're soft C sounds, so ch instead of k. You only find that in languages spoken far to the south and the east. People traveled from those language communities there. That's how it influenced the dialect, right? We know it from historical records, just people fleeing. But we also know it in the archives because these same stories keep coming up again and again. So remember when I told you just a minute ago about that 1594 battle, right? This is an iconic battle. And we see, you know, colonial sources talking about it in 1601. Not surprising, that's 6 years later, right? It's still 7 years later. Still kind of a big deal. But in 1885, which is 300 years later, a Portuguese military official who's charged again with conquering this region that no one's conquered, transcribes verbatim an account of this 1594 battle in a letter to his superior and says, as you can plainly see, it is madness to attempt to penetrate Kisama for the purpose of conquering land there. He's talking about something that happened 300 years ago. He's not talking about something that happened last week, right? And he's telling his superior, this is why I'm not doing the thing I'm supposed to do. And his superior knows what he's talking about. That's how powerful this reputation is. That's how deeply it circulates. It circulates in the Americas too, and I want to talk about this. I know I'm running low on time, but I'm just going to wrap this up in like the next 5 minutes. So to jump real briefly back to the 1630s, to a Maroon community outside of Cartagena, Colombia, right? And this Maroon community had probably been around for about 70 or 80 years before it comes into these records, right? So probably from about the mid-1500s. But something changed in the community. So as a fugitive community, everyone knew about it, knew people were coming in all the time. People also knew about it because the Maroons there did wage labor on Spanish farms. So they would go do different tasks and get paid for it, right? Everyone knew they were there. The indigenous people in the area knew they were there. But a new cohort arrived, a more radical cohort, right? And the first thing they did to change the politics there was a ceremony in which this woman named Lenor Criolla, so if you know anything about naming practices in Portuguese Spanish colonies, Criolla means someone, a black person who had been born in the Americas, who was not African born. And what the sources tell us is not only was she not African born, she wasn't born in slavery, she was born free in this Maroon community. And so was her father. So she's third generation American born, if not further back, in freedom in this Maroon community. These new arrivals performed this ceremony, and they changed her, right? I'm not talking about spirit possession, which is episodic. They permanently changed her subjectivity. She became a different person. They put a spirit from Africa in her head, and the way they refer to it is a warning from Guinea. Warning for who? A warning for what? In this new persona, now Queen Lenor, directed attacks on Spanish farms, on indigenous communities that were allying with the Spanish against the Maroons. And I can say a lot about this. If people have questions about it later, I can say a lot more about this community. There were Kisama-identified people in this community involved with these rituals, and what this says to me Again, like I'm talking about Kafu Shambari over 400 years as the same person. I'm talking about Jita Kwata Kwata from the 1480s till now as the same history. Is that this politics of place and naming matter. So thinking about the ocean as something that separates us in place and time is a colonial construct. It's an imperial construct. It's not a construct that comes from Black ideologies, right? I think we can do something different because we see we have done something different, right? She was a queen from Africa, even though she was at least third generation born in the Americas. She was a warning from Guinea. She was the warning from Guinea. And then just to wrap up real quick, I want us to think about a politics of silence and speech. So I know for many of us, who do different kinds of Black history, we're often talking about the silence, like, oh, I never learned about Maroons until I got to college. Definitely no one ever told me about that. And I wonder how different my childhood would have been if I would have known. I think very different, right? We always talk about what we don't know, what we can't know, right? And we go to these archives and we look for signs of a history that we never find there. And we feel dejected, we feel sorrow, and we mourn that loss. But I want to offer an alternative. So, I do history scholarship up until the present, but as you can see, a lot of this project's focused on the 17th century. So if we're just thinking about the 17th century, there's really only one way Black people enter an archive in the 17th century, and that's through violence, right? There's no nice story there. There's no happy story. It is explicitly an archive of violence, and I would argue that until today, it remains the same way. So if you think about, I mentioned Frederick Douglass earlier. He's able to self-articulate his own story, but it only enters through that matrix of violence. What happens if we celebrate the stories we can't know through those archives? Because it represents a victory. That Kisama's history, a history of ideas of people who never wrote anything down by choice, who were not in states by choice. What if that represents a different possibility? The radical potential of illegibility. I'm not saying that everyone who evaded the archive also evaded the violence that produces it, but I'm saying that no one who entered did. So what are the possibilities within that silence? How can we think outside of a necessity to be present in the memories and archives of our oppression? So these are questions I have. This is the way that I think about how a fugitive past can help illuminate a free future. And they are questions, right? I mean, if I had like a 12-point plan of like, all right, first, we're going to do this, I would give it to you. It's something I'm thinking about, and it's something I think we have to think through together, because I don't imagine that any one of us has the answers, or we would have been done it already, right? So thank you for listening to me. I look forward to your thoughts.
So as you go through this day, you're going to understand why I pursued certain people. And I chased her all over. There are other folks who are coming up who can tell you stories about how I went all the way to Canada, to the rural regions of Canada, to find people to be a part of this because of the kind of work that they do. We are running a little over, so if Kathleen, if you don't mind, when you take questions at your session, we can include, so if you have questions for Jessica, we're going to include them as part of this first piece, if that's okay. So I'm going to invite the first conversationalists, discussants, along with the moderator. Please come up, and if you will, welcome Professor Freddie Parker. Professor, right. You can go right up. I'll talk while you're walking. We also have on the spot, and Sharif, can you add another chair for us on this side? We also have Deneen Brown, who's listed in your program as a staff writer for the Washington Post, but she now is also a professor at the University of Maryland. So she's doing one of those very, very interesting contortionist type things where she tries to do both of those at the same time. We also have on the panel Chief Lynette Alston, who's joining us, who comes to us from Virginia, from the newly recognized Nottoway tribe, and again, someone who has been doing a great deal of this work over the past few months, primarily because of where she's located, but also Lynette has been one of those persons that's been engaged in these kind of conversations for some time now. So we're very, very happy that she's willing to join us. And speaking of someone else who I pursued with all the ardent fervor of a young college student, and that's the moderator, Professor Duval. She can tell you, I chased her down outside of a building one day, you know, please, you got to do this. And she says, okay, I'll do it. But she, again, like Jessica and our other participants, is one of those people who thinks, and I love this term that Jessica gave us, the possibilities for illegibility, that understanding that not being instantly recognizable in the same ways that we've looked at the ways history has described us is something that we need to consider, as well as the coloniality of time, something that my colleagues here in the audience talk about a great deal. So without further ado, note the structure of this. This is not a panel discussion. This is a conversation. Kathleen, I think, could give you a little bit more instruction on how this is going to run, but this is going to give us a possibility for having a more free-flowing conversation, and also to give you an opportunity to participate. We're going to go a little past time, which means we're going to eat into your eating time, but I'm sure, you know, we're professionals. We can eat a lunch in 15 minutes if necessary. All right, thank you. Please.
Thank you so much, Joseph, and thank you for tracking me down, chasing me down. And mostly, I wasn't sure I was actually qualified to do this. I'm just so thrilled and honored to be here. Welcome to our first panel, Narratives in the First Person. I'm Kathleen Duvall. I'm in the UNC History Department. As we gather here for talking about collective memories, I'd like to start with a land acknowledgement. Like today's conference, land acknowledgements aren't just about the past and who used to own this land. They're about the present as well. They're also complicated to write, so what I'm going to read is a draft that we're working on that I hope will someday be the official UNC land acknowledgement. This hill, what we now call Chapel Hill, this hill has always been populated by indigenous peoples. Even before the university existed, there were teachers and students, elders and youth, inhabiting the spaces we enjoy today, trading knowledge and goods with one another. Today, there are over 123,000 American Indians residing in North Carolina from many different nations, including the 8 state-recognized tribes and 4 urban Indian organizations. North Carolina, in fact, is home to the largest population of American Indians east of the Mississippi River. Therefore, I believe it is fitting for the first public university committed to being of the people and for the people to serve the first people of North Carolina and beyond. I'm not going to introduce our panelists. You have met them. So what I will do is I'm going to ask each panelist to begin by talking for a few minutes to us. We may ask each other some follow-up questions or build on each other's statements, but then very quickly I'd like to move to involving you all in the conversation, and I'm just a facilitator here. Let me start with Chief Alston. I hope you get a chance to look at an online version of the map. This is actually John Smith's map of Virginia. So it's a colonialist map. It's made by a man who would have at least liked to have colonized this place. If you look at it in its clearer version, though, you'll see it is completely a native place. There are hundreds of native towns, at least on that map. Even from his fairly ignorant position, he can tell that this is a populated, crowded native place. So perhaps Chief Alston can start off by talking about the native peoples of the place that the English would call Virginia.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we all realize that by 1619, the native population around the area that was to be called Jamestown realized that those folks were not coming on a cruise ship. They planned to stay. And by then, 1619, the word that best describes what native people were feeling was a state of chaos, the unpredictable direction that was going to affect their lives going forward. While 1619 was positive for the English settlers, there was an uneasiness about the native people that were living in the towns that surrounded Jamestown. The settlement was not in a most congenial location. There were 30-plus towns surrounding Jamestown under the Powhatan Confederation. Powhatan was a paramount leader, and each one of those towns had its own governmental structure and their own leaders. 1619 did mark the point of permanency for the new comers that were coming into the area. The arrival of English women meant that the population was going to grow. The establishment of a colonial government, the House of Burgesses, meant that that government was going to impact the native governments that already existed. And then the arrival of Africans who, at that point, were coming in as a workforce. There was just a new level of social, political structure and a changeover in a status from the earlier indentured servants to a state of folks who were going to come in as slaves. One factor, though, that threatened the colony was the challenge of conflicts with the thousands of indigenous people. The people resisted encroachment into their towns. This was native farmland, hunting area. It was their land, and land in native life could not be owned. It was for everyone to use. It was a public, a communal use of land. It's like air. We don't own land. So the dilemma for the English was how to eliminate all of these problems that they were going to face. Virginia continued to fight back. Virginia Indians continued to fight back on the loss of territory, and eventually those efforts proved to be inadequate against superior weapons, disease, and actual poisonings of the leaders of some of the tribes. The colony was expanding. Slavery was in place. The workforce was developing the plantations that were now set up by the English. New laws were created that gave land grants, and these new landowners were the only ones allowed to vote under the colonial government. Political, racial, economic, and class distinctions emerged. Attempted negotiations with native leaders gave way to other methods of control through new English laws. Agreements and treaties placed on Virginia tribes put native folks in a category of being tributary allies of the colony. The Treaty of 1677 placed a separate distinction on the indigenous population as a subordinate class. As a subordinate class, restrictions were placed that required native people to wear badges to travel from one town to another, or to travel through what was then to become English-owned property. Native children were sometimes removed from their parents and put into homes to serve as servants or to be taught Christianity and apprenticeships, to be taught a trade. But in essence, what was happening, that's acculturation. That was taking away a cultural identity of the young people. You're disrupting a whole generation. Natives were captured. If there was a battle and a Native person was captured, they could be held as a slave. So Native slavery was in place, and many times those who were captured were sent to the Caribbean, while people were coming from the Caribbean to the Jamestown and into Virginia. Native people from Virginia were being sent to the Caribbean. So there's a disruption of our economy. Trade routes. We were not people that, or my ancestors did not live in one little isolated area. We traveled. There was trade. There were many trade routes. And so this disruption in our lifestyle continued through the centuries. There was migration. There was a merging of displaced tribal groups. There was a slave trade. There was hostility. There was violence. There was relocation, and there was removal. Because there are no accounts of what Native life was like, we are people of an oral tradition. We can only surmise the Virginia tribes, what they thought about the new Africans that were arriving. See, both Africans and Virginia Indians have cultural similarities. Both cultures have lost continuity through their oral history. They're lost of tribal political and social order. They were demeaned and described as savages. And they experienced disruption to their lives through genocide, capture, and removal. The color of indigenous people in the 1700s is described as mahogany, or the copper-colored ones. And in 1705, the first outright slavery law was adopted that also affected the native population. Over time, the 18th, 19th, and 20th century skin color made it easy to create a fusion of racial designation of people of color. 19th century census takers listed race with a binary view. You were either black or white. And by 1927, the Racial Integrity Act of Virginia put that in place as a law. There were only 2 races in Virginia. So that effectively erased Native identity in Virginia. And this law rippled beyond Virginia. It went into all of the states along the East Coast. With the Loving case of 1967, Virginia Indians who did not live on a reservation finally were able to reclaim their Native identity, and we were able to change birth certificates and begin to identify as who we are. We've lived in our communities through hundreds of years, and that was what kept us intact. Now, I'll have to give you a little note about Nottoway. I live in Southampton County. Nottoway Indians had a reservation of 40,000 acres. By the 1800s, a very important event happened in Southampton County. 1830, Nat Turner Rebellion. There was a large population of free people of color in Southampton, and those people found safe haven on the Nottoway Reservation. You know how that impacted us. So that is something we carry with us, and that it makes us a little distinct from maybe some of the other Native populations in Virginia. And with that, I think that was my Native American 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chief Alston. I want to turn to Deneen Brown now. Your Washington Post piece has been so important to us for understanding 1619. I wonder if you could sort of start by telling us what brought you there and
Good morning, everyone. want to start with gratitude to the ancestors. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here. Thank you, Dr. Joseph Jordan. Thank you, Sam Fullwood, an esteemed journalist. Thank you. So I am a reporter at the Washington Post. I'm also teaching journalism at the University of Maryland. So I'm a generalist. You guys are specialists. Generalist means that you're writing about everything. So what I know how to do is tell stories. I know how to emote in stories. And I also believe that in my writing, I follow a very traditional method of storytelling. It's a very oral tradition of storytelling. There's a lot of repetition, a lot of rhythm. The words, each word in my story means something. It may not mean something to editors, but it means something to me. It's like writing music. There's a very spiritual component to writing, to my writing at a newspaper, even on deadline. So how I came to write about Angela is a couple of years ago, my editor, Linda Robinson, launched a blog at the Washington Post called Retropolis. That's Retroopolis. And the mission of this blog was to the reporters who are writing on this blog, our mission was, if something happened in the news, we would dive into history, kind of like truth seekers or superheroes in a matter of minutes, sometimes in days, emerge with stories very quickly, telling a piece of history. I mean, this is really incredible work that we're doing on deadline. And our readers at the Washington Post are so brilliant and smart. We live in fear of them. It was 1618 and a half, not 1619. So when you read something in a newspaper, please know that reporters are trying their hardest to get it right, because our mission really as reporters is to seek the truth and report it. So in this case of Angela, I came to it roundabout. I got interested in a story about a black pilgrim. Did you guys know that there might have been a black pilgrim? Well, I was running around the newsroom thinking, there's a black pilgrim, trying to get editors interested in this, but there was a man named Abraham Pierce, and he was listed in 1643 as a blackamoor. So I dove into history, interviewing a bunch of people about Abraham Pierce, and eventually a bunch of historians denied that he was black. But he was listed in a census in 1643 as a blackamoor, and they said that maybe that was a mistake. Some people don't like to be called black or want their ancestors to be black. So eventually I ended up writing a story about Antony and Isabel, who were listed in the Virginia census in 1624 as Antony Negro and Isabel Negro, and William, their child, who was baptized in Virginia. So this child, William Tucker, ends up becoming what some historians say is the first black baby born in this colony that becomes Virginia. Really fascinated by William Tucker, the baby. Which leads me to Angela. So I'm on this trip reporting out William Tucker, the baby, and meeting the Tucker family when I hear about Angela. We're on this tour in what is now Hampton, and I hear about Angela, but I have to file the story on William Tucker. So I go to the hotel room and I'm typing out the story really fast, and the maids are banging on the door. Ma'am, you gotta get out of there. And I'm typing because my deadline is at 11 and I gotta check out. So file the story, check out, and I race, like literally race to what is now Jamestown to report on the story about Angela. I'm not assigned to write about Angela, but I have this, feel like it's a spiritual calling. It's like you hear the name. I know this is not her name, but she's a woman this, who is called, she's one of the first Africans to arrive in this English colony, and they give her the name Angela or Angola or Negro, Angela of the Treasurer. So I'm racing down the highway, I get to Jamestown, never been to Jamestown before, I park, I race into the visitor center, and one of the guides says, "Oh, by the way, you're just in time for the Angela tour." Is that like fate? So I'm running really fast as I can. My son would laugh because he says I can't run anymore, but I used to be a track star. So I'm running to catch up with this tour, and this tour guide is standing on the banks of this river talking specifically about Angela. Now, he's a white man from Mississippi, but he's been researching a woman they now call Angela. At Jamestown, they have an archaeological dig dedicated to Angela. It's just fascinating story. They don't know much about Angela. They know that she survived this walk from, I was going to say the Congo, but it's not the Congo. I learned this. Hundreds of miles to a port in what is now Angola. She waits there with many other black people in these horrid conditions. She's boarding this ship. It's a Portuguese slave ship with at least 350 other black people. The ship is making this voyage to what is now Veracruz. It's heading to the coast of Mexico. It's intercepted by pirate ships. And I'm thinking, as I'm writing at my desk, who survives a pirate attack? But Angela did. She and about 50, maybe 60 other black people survived a pirate attack. So that's my lead. I'm always thinking, what's a lead? Who survives a pirate attack? This black woman survived a pirate attack. She ends up on the Treasurer, which is an English ship. There's a lot of research to be done about when the Treasurer arrives. We know that the White Lion arrived, the other pirate ship arrived in Point Comfort before the Treasurer. It was believed that the Treasurer turned around and went to Bermuda, but there's new research now that says the Treasurer left behind, before it quickly left the port, it left behind 2 or 3 black Africans, and one of them was Angela. Yes. Where am I on time? So, stop or keep going? Yeah, so I think as a reporter, as a journalist, as a writer, as a black woman who grew up in Kansas playing her flute and climbing trees and integrating schools without knowledge that I was integrating schools, and having teachers who seemed to care not about my history, even though I asked questions about it. I'm constantly thinking, why weren't we taught about Angela? Why weren't we taught this narrative, different narrative about 1619? Why is it that so many years later, we're left out of history books and we're just finding out about this history? Why? Had I known as a little girl about Angela, I might have been a different person. I might have been more fierce. But I think it's really, really important, the work that you're doing here at the Stone Center. Your work is incredible. Your work is incredible. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm open for questions later.
And finally, Professor Freddie Parker, who needs no introduction. Your historical research on runaways has been so important to all of us in trying to understand this past for a long time. Maybe you could give us some historical background on running away and some perspective.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I, too, am grateful for the opportunity to be here this morning, to be among these folk, and just like to share with you a little bit about what I've been doing over the past 30 to 35 years. I'm still chasing enslaved runaways, still chasing them, trying to find out more about these men, women, and children who fled from their owners here in North Carolina. One of the things that's important is no matter what the condition was for an African man, woman, or child before leaving Africa, once they made it to the Americas, once they made it to North Carolina, without a doubt, they sought freedom from the conditions they found themselves in. No matter what they experienced in Africa, it was something about being free from the conditions in which they found themselves. Whether those conditions were similar to enslavement in Africa or not, they did seek freedom as soon as they got here. As a matter of fact, in addition to the advertisements for runaway slaves, we have owners. If you look at the owners, the planters' papers, those papers are replete with examples of owners being frustrated by their slaves, enslaved people, trying to find freedom. Not only do we have those advertisements, and those advertisements can give us some very specific numbers about individuals who fled, there is a whole body of evidence that we have not actually quantified, indicating the extent to which human beings who were enslaved were fleeing from their owners on a daily basis. My task has been to profile these men, women, and children. Who were they? Because when you use the word Indian, what comes to mind is something very, very negative. When you say an enslaved person, a slave, something negative comes to mind. But there's some unconscious evidence that the planters, the owners, left us in the advertisements for runaway slaves. I guess they never thought that in 100 years, in 150 years, Freddie Parker and a whole lot of other scholars would look at these advertisements. But they provide us with this unconscious evidence of who these men, women, and children were. And so in an effort to resurrect these nameless, faceless people, you think about it. Whenever you think about the institution of slavery and you think about an individual slave, do you know that person's name? Do you know whether or not that particular enslaved person had a mole? Do you think whether or not an individual had some kind of infirmity? We just use the word a slave. But what the advertisements for enslaved runaways do is to actually resurrect these men, women, and children. I have now about 3,000 people in my database. 3,000 men, women, and children. I think you say 3,000, not a whole lot, but one person is enough because one individual represents a family, an extended family. So when you multiply the 2,000, the 3,000, the 5,000, whatever the case may be, we're talking about human beings. If it's one, if it's five, if it's 10. I remember I was a student here in the early 80s trying to decide what I was going to write about. And a very special man, Dr. Colin Palmer, served as my dissertation advisor. And I went to him and I said, Dr. Palmer, nobody has really done anything on North Carolina with regard to runaway slaves. He said, well, you could be that person. And I said, how many runaways do I need to find before I can really write a dissertation? He says, maybe, I don't know, 100, 150. Will that get you started? So I began the research. And I found that 100 digging into the archives. And I remember finding the 150, and I went to him and I said, I got 150. He said, keep on plowing. And I remember the 200, the 300, the 500, the 1,000, the 1,500, the 2,000, the 2,500. He said, now you can go ahead and get started. And so in an effort to really show who these men, women, and children were, I wanted to give them personhood. 98% of the advertisements indicated name. No other source gives us that. The owners oftentimes just said, "my slave," in their papers. But the advertisements, because you want to get that valuable property back, you're doing everything in your powers. You're putting as much information in the advertisement as possible for somebody to bring that property back to you. You're concerned about apprehension. You're including color. And so we know the extent to which mulattoness existed, how many were said to be yellow, brown, black, and 78% of my ads, the owner indicated color. It's like if you go out and your car is gone when you go out and you describe it to the police officer, you're not going to say the car is brown if indeed it's blue. And so owners were very careful to say, "my slave is midnight black. My slave is not so black. My slave is cinnamon brown. He's a mulatto, she's a mulatto, she's this color or that color," in an effort to get age, for example. Right? The extent to which folks are running away based on how old they were. You know, 10-year-olds, for the most part, are not running away by themselves or running away with their parents. For the most part, we're looking at the average age being about 25 years. Why 25? Because in North Carolina, by the time an enslaved person was 25 years of age, he or she may have been sold 2 or 3 different times. And so even though I was born in New Bern, North Carolina, by the time I was 12, I was sold to somebody in Raleigh, North Carolina. But I have family in New Bern. And if I ever get the chance, I'm going back to New Bern. I had one enslaved runaway who had 6 different owners by the time he was 35 years of age. The last owner said that "my slave, Charles, has run away. There's no need for me to describe where he might have gone. It could be one of 5 different places. As a matter of fact, the last person saw him in Norfolk, Virginia, even though he was born in Wilmington, North Carolina. But this individual had lived on 5 different plantations, and according to the owner, he had families on 5 different plantations. So he's running back here, there, possibly to be with loved ones. Yeah. And you can imagine in 1865, when slavery came to an end in North Carolina and South Carolina and throughout this country, you are a person who lives in Raleigh, North Carolina, but you also have a family in Wilmington, North Carolina. You have a family in Norfolk, Virginia. And so these individuals now have to make a decision about what I'm going to do. Am I going to stay with my last wife or go back to the wife that I really, really loved 15 years ago? It's a dilemma that there's, folks are standing at the crossroads in 1865 in that regard, and it's something that we don't really, talk about or write about very much. So what I've tried to do in these advertisements is to resurrect these nameless, faceless people. Owners, for example, here on this campus, significant number of university professors owned slaves. And those slaves ran away. In some cases, and the owners were very quick to advertise for them. There was a man who owned a slave here, and professor owned a slave in 1827. And according to his advertisement for his runaway, he had taught the slave how to read and write. And he led you to believe that he was a decent owner because he would allow his slave to visit his wife and children over in Raleigh. And he allowed him to go over on one occasion. He specified that he was supposed to be back for work on Monday morning, so evidently he had a weekend pass. And as it turns out, on Monday, he didn't show up. Well, 2 months later, didn't show up. 6 months later, no show. A year later, no show. In 1829, 2 years later, he advertised that his slave had run away and that he was last seen in Norfolk, Virginia. And at each point, when someone asked him for a pass, he was able to show it because his ability to read and write enabled him to continually write passes for himself. As a matter of fact, when North Carolina passed the slave code, the very first slave code in 1715, it made it unlawful, of course, for enslaved people to run away. But right under that particular law, there was a law which said that it was unlawful to teach a slave to read and write. After, just before Nat Turner's rebellion in 1831, and after David Walker's appeal in 1829, the North Carolina legislature actually wrote a piece of legislation directed primarily at David Walker's appeal. Obviously, they did not want slaves to read David Walker's appeal. David Walker, for those of you who may not know, wrote an appeal to the colored citizens of the United States, and he urged brothers and sisters to fight, kill off their masters. The only way that you're going to become free is that you have to kill off your oppressor. So obviously, they didn't want people to read that. So North Carolina passed a law in 1830 making it a capital offense. That is, if a slave were caught reading for the first offense, it was 39 lashes across the bare back. The second offense was death. And I tell students all the time, what is standing in the way now? There's nothing standing in the way of you reading and reading and reading and reading some more. The KKK is not standing at your door. You know, there are no laws barring you from reading and reading and reading. And so I continue to, and by the way, as I did this research, going into the archives and looking at every single extant newspaper on microfilm back in the 80s, late 70s and 80s, and putting together a 900-page book on these 3,000 individuals. Now you can sit in the comfort of your bedroom, you can lie down in your bed and look at these advertisements for runaways because they're digitized now, and it's a wonderful thing. Absolutely, you can type in slave's name and not only their individual's name, but if you want to know how many were carpenters, if you're concerned about how many were mulattoes and who were mulattoes in Orange County, but who were also carpenters or brick masons, you know, well, they've made it very, very easy for researchers today. But we continue to find more and more information about these individuals who fled, because one of the frustrating parts of the research for me has been not knowing what happened to these men, women, and children. The owners will write the advertisement, but you never know whether the person was ever captured. And I have 8 cases where I know what happened. But there was a young lady by the name of Piety, for example, who continues to frustrate me. She ran away from her owner in June of 1808. Nathaniel Hunt was her owner down in Franklinton, North Carolina. And I'm looking at the newspapers for 1808, and she's actually in several newspapers, in the Raleigh Register, she's in the Raleigh Star, the Raleigh Minerva. Owners oftentimes advertised in several newspapers, not only the ones in their area, but newspapers in the areas where they believed the slaves were actually going. And so as it turns out, as I go through these newspapers, and let's say that in February I'm looking at 1808, in December I'm all the way down to, let's say, 1824. Well, I see Piety in 1808, and I see her again in 1824. Now, Piety is not a very popular name, and so I'm looking at this advertisement. The first one in 1808 was like this. The one in 1824 was like this. And the owner, same owner, Nathaniel Hunt, advertised that I found Piety. You found Piety 16 years after she fled. For 16 years, Piety lived in eastern North Carolina, in Halifax County, in Northampton County, as a free woman. Even married a free black man, had a child by this free black man. She learned all kinds of skills, according to him. He was able to capture her in June of 1824, 16 years after she fled. The second advertisement for her was in August of 1824, but she had fled again. And when you read the advertisement, you can tell that he is just so sick, that he's pissed to the very, very highest point. And he even says that that scoundrel, Ariel Johnson, has come and taken my woman again. And it is likely that I will never, ever see her again. But Piety had run away again. And the frustrating part about this is I don't know what happened to her afterwards, because he believed that she was headed to Wilmington. And if she made it to Wilmington, she would then board a vessel and make it to the north. And so maybe when we have one of these in 10 years, Joseph, I will come back and let you know what happened to Piety. Okay.
Thank you all so much. We have about half an hour, so I think I'm going to go ahead, if it's okay with all the panelists, and just open it up to questions, because we want to take questions for Jessica as well as for the other three. So, yeah, starting there.
Jessica, I want to thank you for your presentation and how you bring us into this discussion and moves us away from the British Empire, because I think that's something that 1619 doesn't do, and I think it's important. And so I was wondering about your thoughts with the Portuguese, and whether or not there are other aspects to this that might be raised relative to Spain and its incursions. And as we know, Spain had settlements in Florida. And so maybe there's some other dates we should be considering, or at least other settlements or other identities that manifest themselves.
Thank you for your question. Yeah, to me, I mean, you can tell from my work, I never think that Black history has much to do with empire. I think empire is the context through which we can access some of these sources. And so to me, it's like we need to know enough about it to know what would be the archives, where could we look. You know, as you mentioned, Spanish are in Florida in the 1500s, 1600s. They're in the Carolinas as well, right? So that's certainly important places we would want to look if we're interested in 16th century history in this region. You know, when you were talking about the pirate ships and who survives a pirate attack, that's such a great lead. But in fact, you know, most of the pirates of the Caribbean are after slave ships. The British and the Dutch aren't really in Africa in this time period, so the only thing they can do is attack Portuguese ships, right? And all the ships are Portuguese because the Spanish have contracted that out through sort of a, to me, uninteresting variety of European politics, right, of why the Spanish aren't so much in Africa. But that's why all the ships are going to Veracruz. So there are a number of places we can look. In terms of dates, you know, if we want to think about African people crossing the ocean in slave ships, we're looking, you know, 1503, 1504. We know certainly that there's a very long and intimate relationship between both free and enslaved black communities in the Caribbean and the Americas. So the first non-indigenous person to live permanently in what's now Manhattan was a black man from Santo Domingo, right, who was sent there by his master to trade and really had no reason to stay enslaved or doing his master's bidding once he was there, Juan Rodriguez. And I think that's an interesting case because, of course, there's such a strong Dominican community in New York now, and a lot of people want to claim him as the first Dominican, right? What are the politics of that as a national identity, right? Thinking about a 19th century politics of Dominican nationalism and the ways that Dominican you know, like every other nation in Latin America celebrates independence from Spain or from Portugal or whatever. Dominican Republic celebrates independence from Haiti, right? When the island was unified and Haitians freed all enslaved people on all sides of the island, right? And that's not the will of most Dominican people. That's a white elite, of course. But all that is so fraught. So I don't know if this is a very satisfying answer to your question about specific dates. But I do think that if you're following an African diasporic history or black history, that is going to force you across all these colonial archives, inevitably, right? So, you know, if you are writing about Virginia, North Carolina, you should be looking in Spanish archives for this earlier material as well, right? And when you were talking about the indigenous people from Virginia and from the Carolinas who end up enslaved in the Caribbean, right? And then folks from the Caribbean are coming here, that's certainly part of that history as well. So, yeah, I don't know if that's very satisfying, but...
Do other panelists want to talk about time?
Do you want to?
Here in North Carolina, we do have this triracial historical cultural perspective. And I remember a number of years ago I had come across this book by Hugo Prosper Leeming Bay, who had gone into the Moorish Science Temple as a European Caucasian who had joined the Moorish Science Temple. But he had written this book, Hidden Americans, Maroons of the Virginias and the Carolinas, which some people have, other historians have now come out and said, well, there was some mythology in it and it wasn't quite true, et cetera. But he was talking about just this triracial engagement in action in terms of maroon colonies in North Carolina, Virginia, Dismal Swamp area, but as temporary autonomous zones. But could any of you say something about the psychological need, the psychological cultural need for these maroon colonies or people in various places? I mean, you know, for survival purposes, you know, how do people maintain themselves? You know, it's kind of like if people who come here to the United States now, if they come in from different parts of the world, you know, how do they maintain themselves spiritually and culturally and historically?
A kind of group mentality existed within the Maroon societies. I mean, when you look at, for example, various parts of North Carolina, eastern part of North Carolina, Marcus Nevius has begun to do work on not only the Great Dismal Swamp, but whenever you can actually concentrate a group of people with a kind of lack identity meaning that it has been in some way given to them by the fact that they were enslaved. If you can move from that area of enslavement into an area where you are free to some extent, I mean, you're always looking over your shoulders because you know that you are still enslaved legally. But for example, just outside of New Bern, just outside of just in Halifax County, there were these small Quilambos or maroon societies that gave people purpose, it gave them identity, it gave them psychological freedom for whatever time it may have been. I know, for example, when an individual enslaved person may have run away and may have been gone for a short period of time. Look at piety, I mentioned a few minutes ago, as actually engaging in grand marriage. He's gone for a long time. But this petite marriage, where folks are gone for short periods of time, I mean, to get out of that situation of enslavement for whatever time can be productive in a number of ways.
So I have a few examples that I think can shed light on that. So if you remember me talking about that Maroon community outside of Cartagena, one of the things that's really interesting, and I take my story from this, so the Spanish attacked in 1632, and there was a trial in 1634, and they captured a really small number of people from the community. Again, most of the people got away, right? Queen Leonora got away. All the people they really wanted got away, but some were captured, tortured, right, and eventually, of course, ritually murdered. We have their testimony within the context of that kind of extreme violence. Two names actually come up again and again, and they're talking about these two men who are still enslaved. And they live on a plantation just outside of Cartagena, and they're essentially the Underground Railroad of the time. So when anyone wants to run away, they get in contact with these guys, and these guys hide them out on the plantation and then funnel them into this Maroon community. They kind of vet them. And what's really interesting is that when the Maroons go on the offensive from this community and start attacking Spanish and indigenous places, one of the first things they do is attack a pig farm. And that seems kind of obvious, right? That's a lot of food, that's a lot of meat. But it's also really important for certain ritual practices, Lemba ritual practices. And you can think about the ways in which they distributed the pig meat as really a map of community. And these two enslaved guys get that meat, right? They're absolutely part of that community. So even some of these ideas that we have about legal status, people understood their communities in other ways, right? And we know this always. We know that Maroon communities, there's, I think, this kind of old school fantasy about them so far away, and they're in the mountains, they're in the swamp, and they're in the, right? But they always were in contact with people. They had to be, right? Not only because they have family members, right? But that's how they got intelligence.
That's right.
That's how they knew what the colonists were about to do. They would, channel supplies through there. So that's one way to think about it. Another piece of evidence I have, and actually kind of what helped me come up with this idea of fugitive modernities, is a piece of evidence that comes from the late 17th century in Brazil. And it's actually from a Portuguese soldier who's complaining about not getting paid as much as he thinks he should get paid. And he's like, oh, I should get paid more. I did this and I did that and I did this and I did that. And most of the this and that is attacking Maroon communities in Palmares, which is this famous Maroon society in northeastern Brazil that existed for more than 100 years, right? And it had tens of thousands of people there. A really important society. So he credits himself as being one of the soldiers who attacked and finally destroyed it. It's never actually finally destroyed. But he's describing some of these communities he attacked, and he names one of them, and he says Angola Janga, or Little Angola, as they call it. And all the scholars who have worked with this source from the late 17th century have just taken him at his word. And they're like, oh, well, this just proves that there are West Central Africans in this community. We know there's West Central Africans in this community, right? Because we know who the black people in Brazil at that time were, and they were largely West Central Africans. So that's not a surprise. But if you speak Kimbundu, you know that that translation of it doesn't actually make sense grammatically, let alone for the words. So Angola is Angola, right? But Janga actually means fugitive. And it's this word that describes animals that are taking refuge on islands in a river as the river levels are rising. And so to me, you were talking about psychology, and that's one of these accidental pieces of evidence, like you were talking about. No one's intending for you to read these advertisements in the way that you do. No one intends for any of us to use these records as we must, right? But to me, that's one of those moments of accidental insight into the affective reality, the emotional and psychological reality of that fugitivity, of what it meant to be a fugitive, of that sense of temporary safety with rising tide. And then the last response I want to give to your really important question is to think about how communities form. So I'm taking this example from 18th century Jamaica. I know I'm bouncing all over the place. And Maroon communities in Jamaica, with whom I've worked extensively. And usually, if you read any of the kind of standard texts of history about Jamaican Maroons, and they'll say, oh, they're Cromantis. And that means they're from modern-day Ghana, right, from Asante, and they're Chi-speaking, which is a really interesting backwards projection of sort of 19th century ethno-linguistic nationalism onto 18th century black people, where it doesn't really belong. So in my research, what I found, from some of these runaway advertisements from other sources, is that there are actually people in these Maroon communities from everywhere you can imagine, a lot of places you wouldn't. So Madagascar, right? Yeah, there were enslaved people from Madagascar already at this point in Jamaica. Modern day southeastern Nigeria, Cameroon, West Central Africa, right? Congo, Angola, all over the place. So how did the name Cromanti, which, by the way, is just a small fishing village in modern-day Ghana, there's no slave fort there, right? It's nothing like that. Why Cromanti? And what I came across is another incidence of silence in the historical records speaking very loudly. So in Asante, which is a kingdom in this area, they keep king lists, right? Obviously, that's important if you're a kingdom. You need to know who was king, who was king, who was king. There's a missing king in the 18th century. Right? There's this whole period of time, and it's just like there's a missing king in the king's list. What happened? So as this king was marching with the Asante Hene, right? The king of Asante was marching with his military, and he was betrayed. And he was killed. His forces were massacred by an ally. His body was never returned. So the people of Asante couldn't properly send him to the world of the ancestors. They couldn't memorialize him. Right? They couldn't treat his body or his spirit the way they needed to. And he had to be disappeared from the historical record, from the king's list, from the oral history, right? What happened instead is this oath came up, Memnada Cromanti Saturday, because the betrayal happened in Cromantin and on a Saturday. And it became this sacred oath that you would use, because you couldn't say his name anymore, but you could say this oath. At the same time, you find all of these oath-taking practices the Jamaican Maroons are using to forge a coherent community. So to me, what that suggests, the Jamaican sociologist Orlando Patterson in the 1980s wrote about slavery as social death. Many of you are probably familiar with that term. Social death kind of presupposes an individual liberal subject, but what we see is that people actually experienced enslavement more as social dismemberment. They're being torn apart from communities, right? So to me, this oath was a way to reconstitute those communities, to remember them, both in the sense of memory and like the opposite of dismemberment. So I think that if you're trying to figure out how Maroon communities held together, the fact that they say they're all Cromanti, even though their ancestors come from all of these wildly disparate places, to me suggests that that oath-taking practice was a really important part of the way that they held together in the face of this violence.
This question is for Lynette. There's a particular reason I'm asking her. That's I used to live in the same community. But can you speak a little bit to the establishment of Hampton Institute, then Hampton University?
Okay. Well, Hampton originally started out for emancipated African Americans, but it also became a Native American school. For 25 years, students from tribes on the Plains Indians were removed from their homes and brought to Hampton. And and they lived in a building they call the Wigwam. So this history is now being discussed more. If you go to the museum at Hampton, you'll see a large exhibit of the clothes that they took from the students once they arrived at Hampton. The first thing they did was take away their belongings, cut their hair, and the purpose was to give them a trade, put them into acculturation. And by removing, again, these young people from their native tribal areas, it was disrupting the tribes on the plains. So if you ever have an opportunity to visit Hampton, the museum has an extensive collection, and it also has they're beginning to write about the history. You can also find a lot online. You can actually find the list of names of the students who were at Hampton. And then you have to visit the cemetery, because the cemetery has a section of burials of all the Native students, some as young as 8 years old, who are buried in that cemetery on Hampton's campus.
I wonder, while the microphone is moving around, if I could ask Deneen if do you have something that's coming up next that we can look forward to, that you will sort of know that you'll be writing about that other people don't know yet? Or not.
Okay, so I worked at the Post for 33 years, and it's a competitive environment.
Oh.
Yeah, so one of the stories that I have been writing about that it has gotten a lot of traction is the Tulsa Race Massacre of 1921. And I love to tell this story because I am from Oklahoma, and I went to visit my dad, who lives in Tulsa, and I had lunch with my dad on Black Wall Street. And I noticed, having lived in D.C., I'm carrying this, I guess, memory knowledge around with me. We're sitting having lunch at this cafe, and I look around and I think, oh my God, Black Wall Street has been gentrified. There's a minor league baseball stadium, gleaming apartment building, yoga studio, and I'm literally in shock. I fly back to Washington, tell my editors, Black Wall Street has been gentrified, and my editor smartly says, that's a great story. Go back, report out the story. Turns out that in 1999, there was a Tulsa Race, they called it at the time, Tulsa Race Riot Commission. It has since been called a massacre, which it was. That investigated what happened in 1921. If anyone here doesn't know, in May 31st, 1921, a white mob essentially massacred hundreds of black people in a community that's called Greenwood. It was one of the wealthiest communities in the country. Booker T. Washington called it Negro Wall Street. It's since been called Black Wall Street. Black people were shot in cold blood. Their houses were burned. Their really fancy pianos and coats were stolen. It was the first incident of a city, U.S. city, being bombed from the air. Somehow they got planes and dropped kerosene bombs on the community of Greenwood. It was a devastating event. They called it one of the worst incidents of racial violence in U.S. history. It was covered up for nearly 100 years. Literally, someone would go into like the library in Tulsa and cut articles out of the newspaper. White people didn't talk about it. Black people, many of them who survived, left. And they talked about it in whispers as a way of survival. So I write this story. 2 days later, the mayor of Tulsa decides to reopen an investigation into the mass graves. There were survivors of the massacre who said that black people were buried in mass graves in Tulsa. And in 1999, they were supposed to look for them, but they didn't. The then mayor decided not to look for them in 1999. So now this investigation has just started in October. The current mayor has reopened the investigation looking for mass graves of the bodies of black people in Tulsa. What? Oh, Watchmen. Watchmen? Oh yeah. So if you've seen the HBO series Watchmen, I know the kids have. Are there kids in here? Where are they? There it's. Yeah. So Watchmen opens with this depiction of what happened on Black Wall Street, of black people being shot and in cold blood and their houses being burned. This HBO series opens with a depiction of that. And the studio, the lead actress, Regina King, who won an Oscar, was getting a lot of feedback about this opening, and she ends up tweeting out the story that I wrote in the Washington Post. She says, yes, it did happen, and by the way, check the story out in the Washington Post. So it's getting a lot of buzz.
Can I follow up on that for a quick moment? Many of you know, maybe some of you know, a dear friend of mine, who's Charles Ogletree, Harvard Law School, and tragically, Tree has been struggling. Some of you know, with Alzheimer's disease, early onset of Alzheimer's. It's a tragic loss. But the reason I'm raising this in the aftermath of this last point, those of us who've done civil rights litigation have been dealing with a jurisprudence which says that the relationship between present-day inequality and past discrimination and subordination has become so attenuated that it doesn't have any significance. And when people talk about the idea of reparations, the courts have said that that was so long ago, too long ago. There was up until a few years ago, a survivor of the Tulsa massacres, and Tree and some others tried to represent him, or did represent him, because that would put the lie to the notion that this was so long ago that it doesn't have any relevance. He's still alive at the time, and brought this litigation in federal court. The federal courts denied relief, dismissed the case, which is, in my view, and has been in my view, kind of hard to understand when you have somebody who's an actual survivor and a claimant. Of course, what they said was that a doctrine called laches, which is something like a statute of limitations, barred the litigation. But it was another example of the ways in which our country has denied the significance of those events and its reach into the present. So I just had to share that.
Yes, that's true. The case went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court turned down that case for reparations. So the highest court in the land decided that the statute of limitations had run out, even though when these survivors filed claims, it was proven that many of the judges in Tulsa were members of the Klan. Yes, so the Supreme Court ruled in 2005 on this case, when many of those survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre were still alive. And you see pictures of them standing on the steps of outside the Supreme Court in their 80s, 90s, and they're dejected this was their last hope for reparations.
I just wanted to thank you all very much. I'm Melinda Lowry. I'm here at UNC. And thanks for this great turnout, and for Dr. Jordan for the incredible symposium. Speaking of Tulsa being on Muskogee Creek land, newly Muskogee Creek land after 1830. Of course, before that it was on the indigenous land of other nations. I'd love to hear your comments on why we seem to have conversations about 1619, and particularly about racial violence directed towards African Americans and towards Native Americans, why we have those conversations in different kinds of spaces, why we don't typically have them together. When we think about the largest, or one of the largest racial massacres in American history, we apply that to Tulsa in 1921, but not necessarily to Wounded Knee in 1890 or Sand Creek in 1862. So those kinds, of course, we have that history right here in the Carolinas and Virginia as well. I just love to hear y'all's thoughts about why these things are kind of separate and what we can do, more importantly, actually, to bring them back together.
Well, I see discussions in environments like this as the first step. At least we're talking about it. You know, for years, Native history was memories. Nobody expected to talk about indigenous people still being alive because we had effectively been erased from history books, seen as artifacts. Even if you had an event with Native folk, we were supposed to be dressed like we would have dressed 300-400 years ago. So we've come a long way. And now we can have these conversations, and the fact that this is being live streamed, there are people out there who maybe are beginning to see, have a different perspective. So I think there's more to be done, but this is a great first step.
Go ahead.
To the why question, before 1800, I'm talking about hemispherically. As I'm sure you know, 3 out of every 4 people who cross the ocean are Africans in chains. So if we're talking about histories and we're talking about politics, it should be black and indigenous, right? Europeans are a minimal part of that. The reason why we don't do it is power. So there's people who are invested in making claims on the oppressors, right, and being represented in their publications, in their having a seat at that table, right? And so from a black diasporic perspective, that table of power is not an indigenous one, and vice versa, right? It's because we're limited in our imaginations about power and what that looks like, which is why I started all of this saying making claims on empire and state is really not the way, and I think it's extremely dangerous. So, you know, even to the question about naming, thinking about our communities and our identities in this history untied from that empire and from that state. So what would that mean when, you know, you're talking about that history of Nat Turner? What does that look like moving forward from the 19th century? Like, what is that kind of radical vision? And it's not one where we're both represented in some white institution, right? So that's my perspective.
I think until we, as scholars, until we really reach down to the first grade, to the second grade, to the third grade, that's where the problem is. Our kids still have images of Africans as savages and as natives, and they have those same images of Native Americans. I guarantee you, I can walk into my graduate class and I will not hear anything very positive about Indians. You know, and I'm at a predominantly black institution with primarily black students, and their image of Native Americans, and in some cases of Africans, is what it was 40 years ago. And so until we really begin to change our educational structure and what is being taught at the lower levels, it's going to be like this in 50 years or 100 years.
Can I just say something? I just want to say something. I think it's important that we shift our own identities. And I did this with my child, my son. From the time he was a little baby, I knew that he would eventually leave the house and that the world would try to take him out at the knees. But I built him up from the time he was a child. I told him that he came from a strong people, that he had gold in his skin, that his hair was the most beautiful hair ever, that he was smart, that he had the highest intellect. Over and over and over again in this oral tradition of storytelling. And I think we have to do that with our children, with our children in the classes that we now teach. We have to build them up because we know that when they walk out of these rooms, the world will tear them down or try to. But if they start high, that's why we say that we're from kings and queens, even though it might be a made-up story. If we start them high and they take them out at the knees, they might come down here, right? That's how Black people, indigenous people are able to walk through the world at all. I mean, if you think about the history that has been trying to kill us, what Fannie Lou Hamer said, I lost my fear because it seemed like they've been trying to kill us ever since the day I was born. So we have to infuse within them this power that comes from a people that made it across the mid-Atlantic, the ocean, that made it, somehow survived 300 years of slavery, the Reconstruction period, the Jim Crow period, the Civil Rights period, the 80s and 90s, and even now, people are still trying to kill us. And yes. So we have to start high, and we have to believe.
Well, I think that's a good place to end, and unfortunately we have to end this panel anyway. There'll be plenty more time to talk after this, and of course we have our afternoon panel on as it's billed, concrete efforts to remember and memorialize, so there'll be plenty more time to talk about these things.
Right. And let me give you a little bit of instructions as you go out. This is also a time, because I know some of you want to come up and speak with folks individually, so you'll have time to do it. Like I said, the lunches are boxed. You can actually go out both doors. And one of the things that I think came out of this that I want us to think about a little more, and what Melinda is kind of encouraging us to do, and I think everyone on the panel speaks to it, is that this issue of marriage in North Carolina, Virginia, and many of the southeastern areas, you can't tell the story of marriage of African Americans without talking about Native peoples. That Native peoples, in many cases, were the conduit into safe places, particularly in areas that they knew nothing about. That's the story of the Dismal Swamp, right here for Virginia and North Carolina. And to me, it's impossible. It's impossible. Melinda knows how I feel about it. It's impossible to talk about African American history in these communities without talking about Native Americans and the interactions between those two. They were not always good, but you can't talk about marriage without talking about those two. So please come up and thank our, you understand now why we brought them here, don't you? All right, you understand why we brought them here. And we will start back at just after maybe 12:05, which gives you an opportunity to go out, grab something, come back, sit, eat, discuss, and then we'll begin. Thank you. It's daggone. Telemark.
I think you probably have this similar thing.
Oh, you want to
see if we can.
Yeah. Okay. Other folks from outside that are sitting on the veranda and doing other things, but we want to move back as close to non-colonial time as we've been cautioned to do, and to make sure that okay. One of the very important elements of the Center for Civil Rights is that they have structured it so that they can bring in and accommodate a good number of very, very forward-thinking individuals who we know at some point are going to be. This is one of the reasons that we invite people here when they're young, so that when they're older and have the big names, yeah, you owe us that little favor. You can come on back. So Alan Bwanzi, who is a fellow at the Center for Civil Rights, is going to do the intros for this section. Please. You can clap for him. Thank
you. All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. I know y'all have filled up on some lunch. I hope I can keep your attention. For this introduction of a very special person, Dr. Neil Roberts. I first off want to just say in reflection on Dr. Krug's keynote earlier today, something she said, I mean, it all resonated with me, but something in particular she said, she talked about the way that we remember, the way that we talk about our history, some of the glorification that goes on in terms of, I think she famously recalled something that a lot of folks have said, we come from kings and queens. That resonated with me because it reminded me of a conversation I had back when I was 18. So my father's Ghanaian, and my mother, she comes from, our family there comes from Virginia, but, we don't know where we're really from, if you know what I mean. But my father, we had just taken a visit at the slave castle at Cape Coast, and she, I asked him, what's the memory here of the slave trade? I mean, how do people talk about it? How do people remember it? And he basically said, we don't. We don't talk about it. Part of it is shame, and part of it is that, it happened so long ago. And so I was reminded of that conversation with my father by Dr. Krug, because there's work to do on both sides of the water in terms of confronting our history and in reconciliation. So I just wanted to say that. But Dr. Neil Roberts has done great work in terms of researching black political thought. He earned his PhD at the University of Chicago. And he and I, like Ted and Dr. Krug, have a connection because I was actually born in the Chicago area. But he, in a lot of ways, I feel like we've taken similar paths, especially early on. He's what I would call a Renaissance man. He was a high school teacher, debate coach, NCAA Division I soccer player at Brown University prior to graduate school. And he went on to be the recipient of fellowships at Andrew W. Mellon Foundation, Social Science Research Council, and the Woodrow Wilson National Fellowship Foundation. And he's also a member of the Caribbean Philosophical Association Board of Directors. His areas of expertise include modern and contemporary political theory, African American and Caribbean thought, critical race theory, and politics and literature. He's the author of published and forthcoming articles and reviews, including the Cambridge Dictionary of Political Thought, Caribbean Studies, Glamour Magazine, the CLR, James Journal. He's just a wonderful guest that we have here. And I'll also say this, that he is on the executive board for political theory and the former chair of the CPA, publishing partnerships that includes the CLR, James Journal, as I'd mentioned, and books with Roman and Littlefield International. So without further ado, please give a warm round of applause for Dr. Roberts.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And thank you for that gracious introduction. I do want to say a couple more thank yous before beginning. I think we should all thank Dr. Jordan for really bringing us together. If we can give a round of applause again. I want to thank the Stone Center, and if we could just take a moment, this is my first time coming to the center. Can we just look around? I mean, because there's a way in which we're talking about memories, but there's memory here, right? This is our inheritance, and just seeing the images around just this room are a reminder about it. I also want us to just take a moment, what hasn't come up yet, to just think about, this is 1619, the irony of the location of Point Comfort, right? The word comfort. I'm someone who's really into, I know before, you have heard a lot of historians, you're going to hear more of historians. I'm kind of a historical interloper, but I'm someone who deals with concepts, words, meaning, and there's a way in which just even saying comfort as the kind of antithesis of what that location and moment was, that bears kind of thinking, that bears thinking about. Also, I'm going to have before the actual talk, just a couple more introductions, because at the end of the keynote and also the panel, one of the, I think, profound questions among many that came up in the question and answer period was the sense in which, why are the discussions of black politics, black history on the one hand, and indigenous forms of political thought and their histories on the other. And so I just want to actually put a book out for those who have not seen it or heard about it that just came out within the last month by Tiffany King. It's called The Black Shoals, Offshore Formations of Black and Native Studies, which very much is at the heart of thinking about these intersections. Is it possible, by the way, to keep the, that's the one thing when you talk about the ancestors, and sometimes the ancestors come to us. So nonetheless, I really had a bad attempt at a stand-up comic path. But the sense in which these intersections, and really where I want to begin is actually not the prepared remarks, but actually to talk about something that has been central to a lot of my work, which is this distinction. There are many things you might forget, but if you at least remember some, one of these I hope you'll remember is the distinction that I want to introduce between a silence and a disavowal. The Haitian scholar Michel Rolfe-Trio, in his powerful 1995 book, Silencing the Past, sought to define our understandings of history and the role of archives, particularly in the wake of the 1791 to 1804 Haitian Revolution. Trio was then concerned particularly with the emergence of what he called silences in history. Silence enters processes of historical production, Trio argues, in 4 stages. The first, he says, is the moment of fact creation, or the making of sources. The second, the moment of fact assembly, or the making of archives. The third, the moment of fact retrieval, or the making of narratives. In our last panel, I had the discussion of narratives as well. And the fourth, the moment of retrospective significance with Trio, called the making of history. Now, regarding the second moments, archive and the forging, Trio says that archives assemble, and the making of archives involves a number of selective operations. However, as powerful as Trio's arguments are, and how it echoes the pioneering work of the late, and many of us learned from the late, great John Hope Franklin, who, in the words of historian Ashley Farmer, had to deal with what Farmer calls archiving while black. You know what that is, right? With John Hope Franklin, when he talked about, the first time we actually met was actually, speaking of, I know I'm at UNC, the only time I was in this area was actually at Duke. Sorry, don't throw anything at me. But I actually had the privilege of sharing a plane back from Durham with John Hope Franklin. And I saw this kind of major figure. It was at the time when he was actually returning to the Library of Congress to work on what would become his memoir. And one of the things that he talked about on this plane ride was the ways in which, in terms of even just trying to get to archives that he didn't necessarily know would actually be of any significance, right? He literally had to have informants. He literally had to have kind of white informants, go and literally, kind of say they were just going to, pick up a pen and then go in and then literally look for certain documents. And then they would shepherd him to a room, and they would say, you have 5 minutes, you have 10 minutes to look through this material, and then you have to leave, right? The idea of archives are very important. But what I'm suggesting is there's something very different. A disavowal is something very different. When we're talking about a silence, we might be talking about something that either was not necessarily previously uncovered in a record, or material that maybe has come to us for the first time. But when we're talking about 1619, right? When we're talking about, as the introduction just mentioned, these moments in terms of our families or others in our community, a nation, the transnational, of information, including the Haitian Revolution, that we have the historical records. You guys see where I'm going? We have the records. We have documents. But we choose willfully, right, to not address it. So a disavowal, I argue, requires what I call a double movement, a conscious acknowledgement and then a denial of an event. Because if we were to actually truly talk about an event in the ways in which it unfolded, it would disrupt many narratives of how one talks about the history of nations and peoples in the world. But it also talks about another valence, which is the trauma. What are the traumatic effects? And so in many regards, what I'm going to share with you today, hopefully as in the spirit of a conversation, is really to talk not only about silences, but also disavowals, and as my remarks mentioned, how to live free in an age of pessimism. Is this moving? Okay, good. If it is asked, do we live in a pessimistic age? The answer is no. But we do live in an age of pessimism. In an age of pessimism, pessimism isn't the only viewpoint humans uphold. Yet it's a worldview permeating the globe to a notable extent nonetheless. Ta-Nehisi Coates expresses a form of pessimism near the beginning of Between the World and Me, the evocative book-length letter to his son Samori. I just want to read a section of it. But some time ago, I rejected magic in all its forms. This rejection was a gift from your grandparents who never tried to console me with the ideas of an afterlife and were skeptical of preordained American glory. In accepting both the chaos of history and the fact of my total end, I was freed to truly consider how I wish to live. Specifically, how do I live free in this black body? It is a profound question because America understands itself as God's handiwork, but the black body is the clearest evidence that America is the work of men. I have asked the question through my readings and writings, through the music of my youth, through arguments with your grandfather, your mother, your Aunt Janai, your Uncle Ben. I have searched for answers in nationalist myth, in classrooms, out on the streets, and on other continents. The question is unanswerable, Coates writes, which is not to say futile. The greatest reward of this constant interrogation, of confrontation with the brutality of my country, is that it has freed me from the ghosts and girded me against the shared terror of disembodiment. And I am afraid. The terror of disembodiment haunted Sandra Bland. It haunted Trayvon Martin. It haunted Angela Davis when on trial for a crime she didn't commit, a crime punishment which could have yielded death. It haunted Walter Rodney, whose young life was no more after an assassin's car bomb. It haunted those living under apartheid. It haunted persons reduced to the category of things stacked on top of one another, on slavers traversing the Middle Passage, including that point comfort moment. It haunted Marie-Joseph Angélique, the slave accused of, convicted, and publicly hung for burning down a majority of what was old Montreal, New France. It haunted Harriet Jacobs in her grandmother's garret, a 9 feet long, 3 feet high, 7 feet wide, what she called loophole of retreat. It haunted the maroons of the Great Dismal Swamp, which came up in our last session. It haunted the Haitian revolutionaries, and it haunted James Baldwin, whom Coates is often compared. You guys with me so far? It is understandable that Coates is afraid for himself, for his country, for our world, due to this shared terror of disembodiment, structural injustices, anti-black racism, and the political philosophy of white supremacy. Alexis de Tocqueville, if I always say a polygraph, when people say democracy in America, they like to refer to it, but few people read it to its end, right? Tocqueville notes these effects in democracy in America when stating, quote, "When the Negro is no longer, his bones are cast to one side, and the difference of conditions is still found even in the equality of death." So even in death, right, there's difference. Furthermore, it is understandable why Coates, the pessimist, believes there are no answers to the query, how do I live free in this black body? But I wouldn't really have some remarks if I was just agreeing with him. So I want to suggest that Coates is wrong. There are answers to his question. One's Coates and thinkers espousing genres of pessimism across a range of intellectual traditions failed to acknowledge or accept. Audre Lorde concurs in her trenchant essay, The Transformation of Silence into Language and Action, when reflecting on the existence of individuals and groups whom others have attempted to enslave, to euthanize, to wipe off the face of this planet. She states, "For to survive in the mouth of this dragon we call America, we have had to learn this first and most vital lesson, that we were never meant to survive." I'm going to say it again, right? To survive in this dragon, the mouth of this dragon we call America, we have had to learn this first and most vital lesson, that we were never meant to survive. But guess what? And here we are still. And not only are here we are still, looking at these, the images and what's on the walls and what has been discussed already and what many of you are doing and have done, there's been creation, right? Not merely the question of what Marley and the Wailers called black survival. So the topic of how to live free in an age of pessimism, within which inquiries such as Coates and Lorde all pertain, is a quandary, but it is not a paradox. And so I just want to propose some thoughts and a solution to this. Methodologically interdisciplinary, I want to, in many regards, draw on the scholarship of black studies that very much is informed by different indigenous studies as well, but also philosophy and political theory. The field of black studies, and I imagine even the genesis of this center, emerged in the academy in the 1960s in response to student movements, black metamorphoses, legitimation crises, and the rethinking of disciplines as a result of fissures in orders of knowledge within fields predating the new studies. For those who can see this image on the screen, and also this year, 2019, our current year, marks also the 50th anniversary of Black Studies, what was then referred to as Afro-American Studies initially, and now Africana Studies at my home institution at Williams College. And this image, if you can, hold on, my pointer can get there. Can you kind of see this? You see can some of you see what the individual in the middle is raising, right? A kind of a black power fist. This was an undergraduate at Williams who was also then an ordained minister. And so there's a building on campus called Hopkins Hall. I call it the kind of Illuminati. So this is where the president, the provost, dean of the faculty, financial aid, right, study abroad is all there. These students ended up taking over, they went inside, they locked the doors of Hopkins Hall, and they did not leave until there were resources that were then guaranteed among various types of areas, including what would become Black Studies. Black Studies was voted by the faculty for a year with no resources, no FTEs, right, no discussions. And so in many regards, what these students were doing was really reflective of a wider trend. And so if we want to talk about not only what does it mean to be free, I want to also talk about this idea of pessimism. Have you guys heard about this before? Pessimism or Afro-pessimism or some of these discussions, right? Fundamentally. So I want to, and I realize this might go different from the historical script that maybe you were expecting, but I want us to really get clear on what we mean by pessimism, because ultimately I think that we should take notions of pessimism very seriously, but then also think about those who may think of other ways of imagining. Pessimism is a way of thinking that acknowledges human freedom and the ability to attain it, yet it questions the belief that the achievement of the free life itself shall solve many of our problems. We often conflate pessimism with cynicism, skepticism, and nihilism. This is a mistake. So for instance, in the passage I cited to begin with by Ta-Nehisi Coates, a pessimist, he refers to the ideas of his parents on the afterlife and metaphysics as quote-unquote skeptical. To be skeptical is to refrain from definitive judgment due to a lack of absolute knowledge. To be a nihilist, though, is to arrive at a condition where you lose the desire for anything as a result of everyday strictures, not because of our levels of knowledge. Pessimism expects nothing, writes Joshua Dienstag. It's our, I think I have, no, this is my Diet Coke, right? This is not water, but it's looking at a half-filled glass and viewing it as half empty instead of half full. Pessimism, though, isn't merely doom and gloom to foreclose the possibility that our lives shall turn out well. Pessimism simply doesn't accept that our lives a priori will turn out positively. After all, an expectation that things will go badly is not on the surface any more or less rational than the expectation that things will go well. Nihilism, though, poses an even greater gravity than pessimism. I know Brother West came up earlier in the keynote in the morning, but I will mention Brother Cornel West briefly. In Race Matters, Black Strivings in a Twilight Civilization, in his recent meditations on Dr. King's legacy, Hope and Despair, Cornel West underscores the severity in describing what he called the nihilistic threat to black existence. That is the threat of living to cope with hopelessness, lovelessness, and meaninglessness. It's a threat echoed in Kwabena Kugano's thoughts and sentiments on the evil of slavery. Frederick Douglass's What to the Slave is the 4th of July. Anna Julia Cooper's A Voice from the South. Ida B. Wells' Southern Horrors. I know that the Watchmen came up, and also, right, Tulsa, right? These ideas of lynching and the relationship between black bodies, death, and the human. Howard Thurman's The Negro Spiritual speaks of life and death, and Jamaica Kincaid's A Small Place. And it's also echoed as well in the writings of W.E.B. Du Bois. Du Bois states in an elegy on the tragic death of his firstborn son, Burgart, who is pictured here in the middle, who died 4 months shy of his 2nd birthday, Du Bois wrote, "Within the veil was he born, said I, and there shall he live, that is, a Negro and a Negro son." Of the future, Du Bois ponders in a dusk of dawn what he called the problem of our future world. And in the earlier The Souls of Black Folk, what he called, chillingly, a hope not hopeless, but unhopeful. I know in this country, between the elections of 2008, 2016, this has a particular resonance. But unhopeful in a land whose freedom is to us a mockery and whose liberty a lie. So Cornel West, though, warns of a nihilistic threat in an age of pessimism, not the actual historical actualization of black nihilism. So a core goal of pessimism is to teach us how to live with what we cannot eradicate, the limitations of death and time with which the universe saddles us. Additionally, a core critique pessimism puts forth is the critique of progress. Pessimists reject aspirations to progress, understood in terms of incrementalism, civilizationism, human development. So you know this new term, international development, right? Forward movement toward a new future social and political order and or a desired return to a previous social and political order following a period of structural retrenchment. Think, for instance, of the rise and fall of Reconstruction in the US. And after, arguably, I think years later, people will look back at our current moment. Additionally, genres of pessimism deny the significance of, and routinely, the very ability among humans for slave agency. That is understood twofold as the inherent capacity of all humans to imagine freedom and how to live free individually and collectively, and also the inherent capacity of slaves, like all humans, for living socially and politically, for action broadly, and for the enactment into practice more narrowly of their imagined freedom ideal. And as we'll also see shortly, there's also a compatibility between pessimism and the theory of slavery as a form of social death. So I don't really have time to go into different genres of pessimism, but what I want to suggest is that there are different types in the modern period. One that we see in the Western existentialist tradition, which is this idea, you guys know that myth of Sisyphus? You know, the idea that individuals where you push the rock up the hill and then what happens? Right when you get to the peak, what happens? Rock goes all the way back down. Have you ever had those? I have an 11-year-old and a 3.5-year-old, especially the 11-year-old. There's certain things when you as a parent, right, or as an instructor, or in our own lives where you think you've just reached this kind of pinnacle and some obstacle then puts you back down, and it seems like it's on repeat, right? Another death, another shooting, young black woman and male, right? Young child. It seems like this has been on repeat, that there is progress and then it seems like there is kind of regress. The second one sees in international relations, this idea that the fundamental nature of international relations is about mitigating anarchy, and then ultimately that one can be kind of rational, that there is international cooperation is perhaps not possible, and really in terms of the question of war and peace is that there might be perpetual war, and it's really the mitigating of war that, as we saw in our opening keynote, there are really challenges to those who believe that that is very basic. But the one that I want to talk the most about is the issue with regards to what we know as Afro-pessimism. Afro-pessimism, pessimism's third major type, is one of the most discussed contemporary intellectual movements. And while the term initially pertained to disparaging Western portrayals of underdevelopment in post-colonial Africa and the origins of its current usage in black critical theory in the halls of academia, we can locate it specifically in California, right? A couple of people in particular. Its vocabulary and positions are increasingly commonplace in everyday language. In the US, a few years ago, I had a student who mentioned they were a debater in high school. And one of the classes they took with me on the black radical tradition, I just asked the students, why are you taking it? And they said, oh, well, Afro-pessimism was one of the national topics, right, in high school, right, across, not just any state, across just a few years ago. Afro-pessimism examines race, blackness, anti-black racism, fugitivity, the intersections of gender and race, flesh, body, politics, and the figure of the slave, topics often absent from commentaries in the previous two waves. So there are the self-identifying Afro-pessimists, Frank Wilderson III, Jared Sexton, and scholars whose works others identify as Afro-pessimists, including Hortense Spillers, Coates, Achille Mbembe, Saidiya Hartman, and others. And there are those who reject the idea of Afro-pessimism altogether, Sylvia Wynter and Lewis Gordon as some others. And I generally don't I refrain from necessarily saying there's a debate between Afro-pessimists and Afro-optimists or black optimists, because it seems like there's only one person many people talk about, that's Fred Moten, so it doesn't really seem like there's actually a discussion. It seems like the one versus the many. But as Moten says, black optimism persists in thinking that we have what we need, that we can get there from here, that there is nothing wrong with us. And yet black optimism surprisingly shares with Afro-pessimism something very similar. So for the sake of time, because it came up beforehand in our keynote lecture, the idea of slavery as social death. The sociologist Orlando Patterson made an argument in 1982 in Slavery and Social Death. And he said fundamentally that the condition of the slave throughout time has three attributes: the idea of powerlessness, dishonor, and natal alienation. That is, individuals are alienated by birth. Put differently, and this is my terms, not Patterson, the slave is a kind of living, right, is the kind of living dead. And it makes perfect sense that this book that came out and has such a huge influence, and that has emerged back with discussions of Afro-pessimism, much of this book is about manumission, right? Individuals who then have their so-called their payment of then the release from a condition of a kind of formal enslavement. How do we explain Audre Lorde's point? How do we explain what happened after 1619? Can you guys explain it to me? What do we start with? When there are individuals who the attempt was what? Not simply to enslave, but ultimately, for some to reproduce, but for others, right, to euthanize, right? To get rid of, right? To put in a condition in which ultimate kind of bare life, and yet they not only survived, but they created. Social death doesn't really work, and in fact, it connects more to where I'm going to really kind of spend the remainder of my time, which is something that the Martinican thinker and psychiatrist Frantz Fanon talked about, which is flight from what he called the zone of non-being. So if we were to think about what are those individuals who both in the past, in our present, and in the future, in spite of the absurd, in spite of attempts to keep one in a condition of unfreedom, then how do we not only become free, but how do we actually live free? How might we develop an idea of freedom that underscores the historical while revealing the generalizable throughout space and time? How can we reconceptualize freedom to bridge the gulf in its hegemonic articulations in what we can think of in the Western tradition as negative notions of freedom on the one hand, notions of freedom as non-interference and non-domination on the one hand, and positive notions of freedom, autonomy, plurality, generality, thinking about what types of world we want to live in. How do we actually think about reconceptualizing freedom that repudiate notions such as social death, this assumption that that slaves do not have any inherent capacity for action? How can we think about what Fanon called the flight of the zone of non-being? Because one of the things that Fanon talked about in Black Skin, White Mass is when looking at the Black Antillians, and he says, what does it mean when we think about individuals who are in the most kind of hellish state, not only enslavement, but also colonialism, and then later Jim Crow? What does it mean to think of individuals who are thrust into what he called the zone of non-being, but then in that zone, he says, one comes to an awareness of who she, he, or they is, and also comes to an awareness that actually we had the capacity for action all along. And in its most expansive form, we have the capacity not only for revolution, but also not only for rebellion, but also revolution. How do we actually think of that? And so some of the conversation began earlier today with regards to where I'm going to kind of orient us with at the end. How do we, as Angela Davis asked in lectures on liberation and freedom is a constant struggle, how do we know when we are free? And this is where the discussion of marronage becomes important. One thing that I should say now is that how I'm going to be talking about marronage and maroon communities very much departs from how it is often understood and how it's even come up in our conversations thus far, so please bear with me. We've already kind of explored in the morning session that marronage refers to a group of persons isolating themselves from a surrounding society in order to create a fully autonomous community. And for centuries, these have been integral to the idea of freedom in Haiti and other parts of the Caribbean. We also mentioned in the morning session in terms of Africa, but also in the US South. And whether these were called maroon societies or palenques or quilombos, historically, these are communities that geographically have situated themselves in areas slightly outside the borders of plantations to the highest mountains of a region located as far away from plantation life as possible. Raise of hands, how many people remember the tsunamis that had hit Southeast Asia a few years back? So what's a tsunami? A tsunami is something where there's something that hits the plate of the ocean, plate gets hit, water goes up, then what happens? Water goes down, right? And in that, hundreds of thousands of people had lost their life just like that. Well, what we know from GPS tracking is that the elephants, a few days before the tsunami, had sensed that a natural disaster was coming. So we have images of the elephants, you guys see what's going on? Of the elephants going all the way up into the mountains and the highest expanses, such that when the tsunami hit, the elephants were in the highlands, and then once the water levels went back down, then we have the GPS that shows the elephants going back down. This phenomenon is where that kind of term, in terms of what was Hispaniola, contemporary Haiti in the Dominican Republic, where we get the language, though not the beginning of the phenomenon, the language of maroons or marronage, initially to the Spanish Furo cattle that were then fleeing to the hills and the marshes. Then ultimately by enslaved indigenous populations that were fleeing plantation slavery, and then ultimately by the 1530s to enslaved Africans who then were trying to escape the free life. But here's where I want us to pay attention to visualize this argument. Both in the morning and also now, when we think of marronage, ultimately, historically and also in the different documents, people usually talk about two types. The first, petit grand marronage, so individual runaways. Petit just means kind of little, kind of fugitive runaways. So individuals for whom either initially were running away for an hour or a few hours for individual mental sustenance. There was a question at the last panel in terms of the mental question of why would individuals go to maroon in terms of take different forms of flight. So individual runaways. Others could be then historically taking flight to then see loved one on other plantations. And then individuals who are just taking kind of individual kind of escape. So those who have read or seen different kind of narrations such as Colson Whitehead's The Underground Railroad, right? That's really a kind of a retelling. When looking through particularly the characters of Cora Manley, a slave in that novel who's going from Georgia and then is eventually making their way into Indiana Territory where they're running away. And as came up earlier, it's not simply just the kind of the hills or the mountains or the marshes, right? Different types of spaces, but individual kind of runaways. The second, grand marronage, and these are all androgynous figures. Grand marronage, so collectivities of individuals who then say in their lifetime did not believe that, or do not believe in our current moment, that the contemporary regime of enslavement is going to go away anytime soon. So then collectivity saying, well, what's the next best thing that we can do is to then go in a group in some territorially bound, sovereign, territorially kind of bounded space that did not disrupt, even though, which is completely correct, that we have to think of not merely these grand marronage communities as having no connection to the plantation, but ultimately those spaces being separate. And then ultimately individuals, including John Hope Franklin, who I mentioned before, will say, well, Roberts, marronage and freedom can only be a qualified relationship. Because what do we know in the historical records, not just in the Caribbean and many other parts of the world? Jamaica came up earlier in the session. In 1865, the same year that the United States Civil War was ending, between the Haitian Revolution that ends in 1804 and the Cuban Revolution of 1959 and its crescendo, the one Caribbean territory that could be, by social scientists, classified as a social and political revolution almost was in Jamaica in 1865, the Morant Bay Rebellion. And how was that rebellion killed? The rebellion was killed because ultimately what we know by Grand Marinage communities is that colonial powers would try and invade and they'd get repelled. They would try to get invaded, repelled, invaded, repelled, and they said, wait a minute, it's getting old, all right? I know there's some people who are lawyers in here. And there was a legal document called the treaty. So historically, all across the world, the general trend was, though not exclusive, the general trend for many of these communities was you, colonial power, will no longer invade our sovereign territory so long as the colonial power's request was that they turn over any new runaway slaves. So in the case of Jamaica in 1865, one of the two main leaders, Paul Bogle, was told to meet surreptitiously with a group of Maroon leaders. When he showed up, there were British soldiers who were there. They took him in. They did a show trial. They hung him, and also one of the other two main leaders, George William Gordon, and the revolution was killed. But here's the names and details you all might forget, but here's what I want you to think about and think with me about, even if you think I'm dead wrong on this, okay? What if we were to think about Marinage and the idea of flight? What if we were to think about freedom as the flight from different forms of enslavement that can account not only for individual fugitives or runaways on the one hand, and these Grand Marinage communities on the other, but also macropolitics, the complete transformation of the social and political order. So the only time you're going to ever hear me say trickle down anything, Ronald Reagan talked about trickle down economics, right? So it's hard to read here, but can you see where my pointer is? What I call sovereign marinage. Sovereign marinage is the idea of a mass of individuals through some type of sovereign entity. That can be the god or the gods or a political leader. That a mass group of individuals gets their entree to the free life through some type of sovereign entity. You can just shout it out. You see that this kind of collectivity. What seems to be the grouping here in this image? Okay, so there's a kind of seems like a figure in the middle. What's the relation of the other beings to that figure? Okay, they're smaller. The other being is kind of a little bit. It's kind of like a little bit kind of like elevated, right? A little bit elevated. It would probably make a little bit elevated, but they're also connected, right? That they're also interconnected. I've suggested that one sees this even historically, if we're talking about not only the question of 1619, but also in the wake. This is the kind of classic. Many people, when they talk about the Haitian Revolution, the name that usually comes up is what? Kind of Toussaint, right? Toussaint Louverture. If you want to talk about black politics in the US, and there's many studies on this and discussions, there's a way in which Haiti had a certain type of kind of resonance. I mean, many people don't read Du Bois's doctoral dissertation that was published as a suppression of the African slave trade. Du Bois is a whole long chapter on Toussaint, right? And the significance of Toussaint for places like North Carolina. Du Bois was interested in thinking about questions of voting and enfranchisement and also black freedom and what Toussaint represented. But I've suggested, to the dismay of many people who hoist Toussaint as a figure, that ultimately sovereign marinage will collapse into a form of dictatorship. And that's ultimately what happened. There was tensions in that revolution between these leaders who they were part of the people, but ultimately were thinking about how do we think of a free life that's mediated by some bigger figure. But what if we think about from the bottom up? These will be my final comments. From the bottom up, what if we think about all of us? So what C.L.R. James on the one hand says that every cook can govern, and what Saidiya Hartman on the other in Wayward Lives, Beautiful Experiments talks about. Recently, when she talks about young black girls in revolt in the periods of the 1920s and 30s, people who social scientists, including black social scientists, overlooked, but they were recreating their world. They were restructuring their world in the midst of what might seem to be kind of a dismal future, that they were doing this in the midst. Last point on this. What's up with the arrows? So in the middle, we talked about, let's rehash, that I'm suggesting that the idea of social debt that many Afro-pessimists and others talk about is not this, even though they invoke Frantz Fanon, that is not what Fanon called the zone of non-being. But then there is this way in which there are these kind of tentacles. You see the tentacles go up, but then what happens? They go back in. Has anyone played Chutes and Ladders? Know the game Chutes and Ladders? There are certain things that have happened ever since I've become a parent, one of which is I eat way more grilled cheese than I've ever had in the last 20 years. The second is that I've played Chutes and Ladders a lot. And what happens with Chutes and Ladders if you've never played it? It's usually a game that starts in the beginning, you roll different dice, and there's different ways to get to the end. And then the end, the winner is there, but there's a space right before the end. Does anyone know when you land on the space right before the end? You go all the way back down. What am I trying to get at here? What I'm trying to get at is, as much as I want to make an argument, this is where I want to leave us, because I think I'm over time, yeah, well over time. Where I want to leave us is, as much as even on a mass scale, we can think of flight as the social and structural reordering of a society from the bottom up. Just because you arrive doesn't mean that it's going to stay. So let's stick with the United States, even though this is not meant to be a US-centric framework. But I just want this to kind of, in your minds, think of the following things. If I say 1619, 1770, 1776, 1804, 1861, 1865, 1877, 1919, 1930, 1960, 1963, 2006, 2017, 2019. What goes through your mind? What goes through your mind? Anyone? I was told this is a conversation. I didn't come here to talk, and you all have to listen. So I believe in the intersubjective, call and response. What's going on in those dates? Rebellion is going on. What else is going on? Violence and lynching. I mean, just think about this. The 1619 project that Nicole Hannah-Jones I think has facilitated for us got immediate backlash for what? Telling the truth. People immediately wrote pieces condemning a project who, as far as I can tell, are also wonderful presenter in the Washington Post, right? Who is giving public history to things that happened, right? That we don't, remember I said disavow is not a silence, right? People have a problem. We, a collective we. Eddie Glaude, probably his best public appearance on Meet the Press, when he talked about, do you guys remember this? Eddie Glaude, Princeton, he's given a lot of stuff, but the one thing that Eddie did at that one point is it was easy just to simply condemn a certain party or a certain individual. But he says, this is on us, right? And so until we come to a moment in which we can think about, going back to the arrows, that we can certainly, there are moments of both promise, rebellion, and revolution, but there are retrenchments. Certainly things that are still due to the legacy of white supremacy that need to be had. But there are also ways in which we have to then think about when social and political orders realign. Kanye might not be in favor with me these days, but he has that one song where he says, the kind of the masters and slaves, right? The kind of the masters and the slaves, things get realigned. How do we actually deal with it? How do we actually talk about this, not simply in 2019 or one date? How do we actually have a conversation about this? And then I have other slides, but I'm over time, but how do we actually think about the question of where and life? Right? Sylvia Wynter talks about this. The poets talk about it. Our musicians, right, talk about that. How do we actually talk about evaluation, not only talking about death, but also life, and those individuals, those 20 or so odd individuals, between 20 and 30 who were at point comfort. How do we actually think about the life that was not only taken, but also was enabled? And what are our responsibilities forward for not only giving memory to those silenced and disavowed lives, but also creation? I'm way over time. There's things I skipped over, but I will simply say that that these differing kind of movements, right, these uprisings, right, not only nationally, across the world, on campuses, are really about thinking about not only how we get free, but how we live. Thank you for your patience.
All right, so we're going to move into the next part of our program. We'll move right into the panel. I want to thank Dr. Roberts. I can I felt like I was back in class, felt like I was back in school. So I appreciate the education. First, I'll introduce Dr. Craig Brookins. He will be the moderator for this panel. He is an associate professor of psychology and Africana Studies. He was founder and director of the Africana Studies major and minor programs in '97. He currently works with the Center for Family and Community Engagement, where he directs community university partnerships and engagement and leads the NC State Wake Community University Partnership via a memorandum of understanding with the Wake County Office of Social and Economic Vitality. Next up, I want to introduce Ann Chin. Ann Chin was born and raised in Washington, D.C. She became a person who loves stories and the people who generate these narratives. She has also realized that each of us is deeply entwined with the local and national heritage that can be traced through memory as well as knowledge. And she established, in 2011, she established the Middle Passage Ceremonies and Port Markers Project, a national nonprofit organization dedicated to honoring African ancestors who experienced the Middle Passage, those who died, and those who survived from whom we are descended. Next, we have Purife Crescioni, I apologize. Although she was born and raised in New York City, Purife has chosen to lay her guitars in Saskatchewan, Canada. She's an heir to the Tuscarora Indian Nation. She's an artist, an activist, and much more. She draws a large part of her inspiration from her rich First Nation heritage. And I'm going to fast forward through a couple of these so we can get to the panel. Alan Rice is a professor in English and American Studies at the University of Central Lancashire, Preston. He has worked on the interdisciplinary study of the Black Atlantic for the past 3 decades, including publishing radical narratives of the Black Atlantic and creating memorials, building identities, the politics of memory, and the Black Atlantic. And in May 2014, he launched as co-director of the Institute for Black Atlantic Research. So, okay, without further ado, here's our panel.
Hello? Okay, good. I think we're all gathering here. Good afternoon, everyone. The lights are a little bit down out there, but I think we'll be okay. We're going to jump into it, but I'm going to begin by, so I'm Kwesi Brookins. I'm at North Carolina State University, a little bit up the road here. And I don't want you to take my comments as kind of one of these false narratives of the competition between the universities, a little bit of what I'm going to talk about. I was really pleased in the earlier panel to hear acknowledgement of the land that the original stewards of the land that we are on here, and I know there is a memorialization that will also happen along with libation at the end. We too at North Carolina State University have begun to acknowledge the land that the university sits on in a very interesting kind of way. We certainly connected to the first peoples who were there and many groups, but in particular the Tuscarora and the Catawba nations. But interestingly enough, those of you who may know North Carolina State University is a land grant university. So when you talk about appropriation and misappropriation and stealing of land, it hits us in 2 or 3 ways, and interestingly enough, not disconnected from University of North Carolina here in Chapel Hill. So the Land Grant Act was 1862. So right at the heart, in the heart of the Civil War, the United States government gave 30,000 acres of land to every state to be used to educate the citizens of those states. They were to sell that land and then create a university. The land that North Carolina got was land actually in Oklahoma, land that had been stolen from the native peoples of that area and who, during the removal of many native peoples from the southeast who ended up there as well. That money, because North Carolina State did not exist until 1887, came to the University of North Carolina here at Chapel Hill. And they had that money, but did not do anything to it. And if you hear tell it, they never did give the money to North Carolina State University when it was ultimately created. But the problem was they refused to use that money to educate, to serve the people of North Carolina. And a group of folks eventually got together with the state and created North Carolina State University. So that was 1887. And you fast forward only 3 years, actually. You get 1890. The Land Grant Act is extended to what became historically black colleges and universities, not through the sale of land, but through the appropriation of state money. And then, interestingly enough, not till 1994 did that Land Grant Act get extended to tribal colleges, right? So you think about that history, and earlier we were talking about the connection, right, between African people in America, and our educational institutions. So much of what we're talking about here is connected in many different ways that due to our lack of a serious truth and reconciliation process, we have not yet done. And so I am happy to be here, particularly with this distinguished panel. In many ways, I think I have connections with them as I was reading their bios in ways I don't know. I didn't know, last year I visited Saskatchewan and First Nations University there in Regina. So I'm really thrilled. And there I learned about the Truth and Reconciliation process that went through in Canada that has resulted in some very concrete steps in which every university is expected, every educational institution is expected to indigenize itself, right? And that process is being taken seriously. And all I could do is imagine what would that look like if we were to do that here in the United States, right? Mm-hmm. So you have the bios in front of you. I'm going to now stop my comments and turn it over to our panelists here. And what I'm going to ask them to do is briefly introduce themselves, to give their opening remarks. And as they do that, this panel in particular is about memorialization. And I'd like you all to think about, in your own work, how that manifests itself. Right? And the work that you do in the different ways that you do your work, in your writings, in your music, in your scholarship, if you could also speak to that within the 5 to 8 minutes that we have for your opening remarks, and then we will open it up for questions. So, Ann, we will begin with you.
Thank you, and it's an honor to be here today. I'm not an academic. I'm a community activist. So I come at this dependent upon research and academics to provide information and knowledge. However, a lot of what we do address is memory. I sit on this stage basically haunted by the Middle Passage, those who made it. I just finished reading a book called Lose Your Mother by Miss Hartman, who's in New York. And I've come to the conclusion that we are the people of the Middle Passage. Professor Krug talked about how you can't single out any one ethnicity. And in particular, during that voyage, we began another identity. It's not slavery, but it certainly is the resistance and the reaction to that status that was imposed in this hemisphere. There are many threads that were covered in presentations by everyone else today that I identify with. Chief Halston was part of the ceremony in Jamestown in 2013 when the project, Middle Passage Ceremonies and Port Markers Project, with the National Park Service and members of the community, installed a marker. We certainly got a lot of resistance because that marker says Native people were involved and impacted with 1619. However, and especially because I think I'm sensitive living in Florida, 1619 is for me a false construct. I think we have to go all the way back, 1492, and move it forward. We are tied to all the places in the Americas, we here in this room. Whether we realize it or not, this is global, this is certainly international. Last year, 52 of the documented arrival sites in the United States, and they range from New Hampshire to Texas, were designated as sites of memory by the UNESCO Slave Trade Route Project. This is the most sites in the United States that have ever come under that heading. And one of the things that we really wanted to do with our project was not only make it personal for everyone, to acknowledge that we all have a responsibility to both the living, the dead, and the future. So we're talking about closing a circle in an African tradition. And in our ceremonies, we encourage each locale to include indigenous people. Routinely, we're told, oh, they're dead, or they've moved. And yet, as we work through these communities for usually about 18 months, Native people begin to emerge and they participate. And we do stress, no, please don't come. This is not a reenactment. What we are doing with the Native people is asking permission to hold the ceremony, to install the marker. And routinely, the response has been from Native people, no one has ever asked us permission. I think that's groundbreaking. We also ask local communities to talk about all of their history, particularly related to people of African descent. Biloxi, Mississippi did not know that it was an arrival site. Jamestown, as if all of us went to school about the same time, and maybe I'm sure older than most, Jamestown was identified in my history book as the place where the first Africans arrived. Mm-hmm. Not true. So what we are doing with this project is challenging the construct that we've all been told and beginning to look at our history and in the interpretation of that as an integrated and complex and messy story. You know, when I started this project, it was based on the fact that Toni Morrison had said to a friend of mine that she was haunted by the people who had died in the Middle Passage. So originally, that was our focus. But we can't just talk about those who died in the ocean crossing, but those who survived, from whom we descended. And that opens up a whole nother story, an approach, an interpretation. Vincent Harding, who was one of our honorary members when we first started, said to me, "Ann, you have no idea what you're opening up, what you're beginning to address." And I say that all of us on this panel and the historians who've already presented and the panel members, we are challenging the story of this nation and of this world. And it's crucial that we do that. The strongest word to me in the English language is imagine. If you can take the history and know the past and see the threads, when you go forward, maybe you can imagine how to create something that's far better. And that is basically what our project sees itself as doing. Whether it's family history, whether it's memory, we encourage young people to be part of our ceremony and marker installation. Young people have to be involved. If it's just us of a certain age and adults talking to each other, we've defeated our purpose. Young people have to have the authority. We have to reinforce their value to us. And we have to look to them in terms of Black Lives Movement. Where are we headed? These are the questions that we have to ask right now, today. Violence and terror, that's a condition of human beings. But does it have to be always? The exercise of power. I heard someone talk about the contradiction in terms of what this country was set up in. Maybe it wasn't a contradiction for those who set it up. They understood who they had their particular interest in. We, particularly those of us of African descent, have challenged that from the beginning. We're the ones who have pushed for an expansion and an application of ideals that we call part of our nation. That's our role. And so I say that, we have 52 locations. St. Augustine in Florida, New York City, the African burial ground, incorporates the Middle Passage history for New York. We always think of it as a Southern phenomenon. It's a national phenomenon. The articles that were written in the New York Times, I think very clearly projected and presented the historical background for our economy, our culture. And I would say that we're really schizophrenic. And I always say this, and people stop. We say we believe in these ideals, but we don't practice them across the board. Who is the voice of God in this society? 2 Black men, James Earl Jones and Morgan Freeman. What does that say about who we are? In addition, and I was just speaking with my cousin, this is a cousin who I have found after centuries. My great-grandmother is his 3rd great aunt. But because we can trace family, we can tell stories, we have memories, we're making connections, and we're going to have to do this across the board in every location. New York is not separate and distinct completely from Boston or Charleston. It is all related history. And we have to act that way, politically, socially, and culturally, and respect each individual in terms of what they bring to the table. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Well, thank you very much. It's an honour to be here and to be at a space which is so redolent with an interdisciplinary study of black culture. And we do our best in Britain, and if you want to find out more about what I do in the Institute for Black Atlantic Research, there are leaflets outside. There I work with artists, black British artists in particular, and with cultural critics and with historians. And we're trying there to kind of work in an environment where black history is absolutely minimalized, to try and get black history out there, transatlantic black history. So one of the figures we work with a lot is obviously Frederick Douglass, who was in Britain between 1845 and 1847, and resurrecting his memory in the places he was in Britain. So we do slave site tours, and in places like Lancaster. We do slave site tours in places like Edinburgh. My colleague Celeste Marie Bernier. So those things are really important. But I was wanting to share with you today some of my practice of working with artists. I work with artists as a curator, and I write about them. I've got a new book coming out about the Turner Prize winner, the first black woman Turner Prize winner, Labaina Hamid, who is also my colleague at the University of Central Lancashire, and the co-director of the Institute for Black Atlantic Research. I'm going to talk very little bit about her, but I'm going to talk more about a young black artist who you won't have heard of. So I can have the first slide up, please. Our landscape is its own monument. Its meaning can only be traced on the underside. It is all history. Edouard Glissant. Clay is a beautiful, elegiac and haunting short 10-minute film made with great sensitivity by the filmmakers Webb Ellis. It depicts a simple act. A naked black woman digs with her bare hands amongst the clay earth of North Yorkshire to the sounds of natural silence interrupted by distant birdsong. She is alone in the landscape, and her isolation seems total. As she describes it, the experience is constructed as bleak, remote, unforgiving, unhearing, without union or unity with other bodies. As she extracts the wet earth, she piles it so it resembles the walls of a shelter, almost as though she is dry stone walling, a common Yorkshire means of enclosing land. Has she created a burial pit, a shelter, or a wall, or all three? Is she a grave digger, a craftsperson, or a putative homemaker? She is all three, expressing the mourning of black lives lost through the history of slavery and its aftermath, creating new other lives in alien worlds, and finally making homes. Next slide, please. The multiplicity of the film is central to its powerful meaning, where the artist and performer Jade Montserrat seeks to articulate her claim to this alien British rural space as a black woman. Only it's not alien. This is her home. In this, she consciously dialogizes black histories with other narratives, such as working-class rural labourers whose work on the land is so often minimalised by processes of elision similar to those used against black presence. Her process illuminates a multi-directional memorialisation that Michael Rothberg has posited as a way of describing the intersections of vernacular memories that are too often bifurcated. And I think Michael Rothberg would be a very useful person to bring in here. He talks about how memories are not owned by groups, nor are groups owned by memories. Rather, the border of memory and identity are jagged. What at first looks like my own property often turns out to be a borrowing or adaptation for history that might seem foreign or distant. Memory's anachronistic quality, its bringing together of now and then, here and there, is actually the source of its powerful creativity, its ability to build new worlds out of the materials of old ones. Okay, so this landscape, she undertakes what I've described elsewhere as a guerrilla memorialisation. So in my book, Creative Memorials, Building Identities, I talk about a guerrilla memorialisation. She does this guerrilla memorialisation in this Yorkshire clay. she makes it hers. This place and space which is seen as white, she makes it black. But she doesn't just make it black, she also looks back to the fact that it has always been black, always already been black. Intervening in that hitherto designated white rural environment to posit its links to black lives historically and now. We all know about black people in London. We all know about black people in Liverpool. What she's doing is saying, I belong here. I have belonged here. My people have belonged here. Montserrat's digging, making artwork resembling a grave, is redolent of mourning for those lives lost and forgotten, and a reinscription of them in the historical record. It's a kind of ritualization. Next slide, please. So this is her in the context.
Turn down the lights.
Yeah, sorry. This is.
If you turn down the lights, people can't see them who are online. So you got one or the other. So if you can.
In this, sorry.
On the show.
In this context, we can see her in the wider context suddenly here of Yorkshire. Next slide, please. And again, and she almost at this point, this is towards the end of the film, is in a form of ritual prayer for her ancestors. Next slide, please. Okay, so there are other black artists who work in the rural, who work against the idea the only place and space black people are allowed is in Brixton. They are elsewhere in Britain. Montserrat's recovery of the lost history of black presence renders this unseen population visible despite their elision from most historical narratives. Next slide, please. Okay, and so the other artist who's done this, I think, in an incredible way is the Turner Prize winning artist Labaina Hamid. She created 100 of these black figures across her gallery space. And the idea of this 100 black figures is to show us that black people were on slave ships, but they had lives beforehand and they made lives out of those horrible existences which they had on the slave ship. So post those lives, there is Caribbean Carnival. There are other things. There is music. And she wrote on a counting paper on the backs of each of these individuals these poems. My name is Akron. They call me Henry. I used to play at weddings. Now I play at funerals, but I have the memory. My name is Ahmed. They call me Henry. I used to play the music of my people. Now I play to forget them, but I have the notes. So what these poems do, from someone who says she is not a poet, what they do is to give you a multi-sensorial kind of way of working with these things. And to an extent, the only way to work against the silencing of slavery is through multi-sensor. So to do your ears, to do your eyes, to do everything as a mean, and to do it colourfully. Then you walk in and about and amongst these people, and they become a community for you as you do it. She's creating a community out of those lost lives. Okay, next slide, please. And the next one, please. These are runaway slave adverts, but not from America. There are 843 runaway slave adverts which we found so far in Britain. So so they ran away there too. They were mainly domestic servants. We didn't have plantations. Most of them would wear gold collars, and they were a status symbol owned by white people. So this one here is run away from the house of the Reverend Thomas Clarkson. Not that Thomas Clarkson. This is Thomas Clarkson, who was a rector in Lancashire. An Ibu boy, a Negro boy of the Ibu country. He has scarification marks, his country marks. So he was born in Nigeria. However, when he has escaped, he speaks with a broad Lancashire dialect. Okay? So what we need to know is these people have made home. They've made home so much, it is on their tongue. They have talked to working class British people, and they are speaking like working class British people. They are working with working class British people who are the other servants in these households. What Jade Montserrat is doing in those works of art is trying to conjure these people. It's a form of archaeology. She is scraping the earth because we have no knowledge. The only knowledge we have of Ibu Boy is here. The only good knowledge we have is there is no more knowledge of him. That means he almost certainly escaped. He's not in the will of that Reverend Thomas Clarkson, from whom he escaped in 1765. Next slide, please. Oh yeah, this was someone who eloped. I love that word, eloped. It's another slave servant in Chippenham. Next slide, please. Yeah, so Jade also does a work of art, a video work of art called Pete, and she seems to be running away in this. We see lots and lots of pictures of her feet in this beautiful landscape, and she's there talking to fugitivity in really interesting ways. Edward Glissant's notion of global errancy, which leads from periphery to periphery, makes every periphery into a centre, abolishes the very notion of centre and periphery. Montserrat's peat bog is an exemplary imaginary conception of such errancy, as it makes his strange landscapes into home and centres black presence far from the urban landscapes traditional British historical narratives would confine them to. So the project I have is about the Black Atlantic and the North. That is North Britain. Moving it away from this thing that says the only place to be black is in these metropolitan centres. Because if you do that, you get rid of lots and lots of black experience which happened all over Britain and Ireland. Next slide, please. This is the... you can't buy this work of art because I have it. So this is... so I'm very sorry. It's the most beautiful of conceptualizations of this kind of idea, I think. It's toes. It says you'll have to be on your toes to survive these parts. You'll have to be on your toes to survive these parts. And enclosed in her feet are two statues, ancient wisdom statues. She's carrying them round with her as she escapes the slave experience. So the images indicate that black British people take with them their African roots and root themselves through the British landscape. Literally and figuratively, fugitivity is summoned here as the mode that black people adopt to survive. Nimble mobility and improvisatory gestures are modes that are essential to making a way through an alien landscape. You continually have to try and make your home. You are a stripped migrant here, and this is where you try to make your home. Next slide, please. I'm nearly there. Sorry about this. It won't be very long now. So she develops a next slide, please. She develops an installation called No Need for Clothing, which she spends 2 days painting onto the walls of gallery, painting the words of Frantz Fanon, painting the words of Philadelphia graffiti, painting the words that explain and explicate black experience. And she does this naked as a means of, she's dealing with charcoal. It means that she doesn't have to keep changing her clothes, and it also means that she can think about herself as a stripped migrant at this moment. Next slide, please. And she paints the whole walls with these wonderful, wonderful expressions, including ones which say things like, her hair, like history's, flattened, ironed and erased. Montserrat's whole praxis works against distortion and erasure of black history. In his discussion of the archive and testimony, Giorgio Agamben posits how what we have left stands in for what is lost, and charcoal and its contagion, because this charcoal gets on your clothes as you go around this exhibit, is Montserrat's remnant. The charcoal is the remnant. Agamben describes how, in the end, the remnant appears as a redemptive machine, allowing for the salvation of the very whole, whose division and loss it had signified. Montserrat's praxis here, like that in clay, labours and works for a messy physicality that is as much a part of the artwork as the finished piece. Her redemptive machine seeks to restore a lost black history, deals with the horrors of present racial realities, and posits new black futures through collaborative political actions, symbolised by her contagious way of working. Thank you.
My name is Purafe, and I was born and raised in New York City, and my maternal grandparents are from Sampson County, North Carolina. Yes, I'm a Blackwell and a bunch of other families, but my father is Juan Antonio Crescioni. He's from Puerto Rico. And so I have two different bags of things going on. Anyway, but they're very connected as well, and through me. And I'm a musician, I'm a singer. I sing a lot about the history of my families, particularly here in North Carolina. I recently was a part of a film called Rumble, The Indians That Rocked the World. And there's a lot of little scenes in the film with some of my family and Rhiannon Giddens from the Carolina Chocolate Drops, who's also Okanichi. And anyway, there's so much that comes through me in music, and it really emanates probably my ancestors' souls from the earth and the waters of here. And I'm connected to all the tribes in North Carolina, especially now we've been doing all this DNA genealogy stuff. It's just like, wow. Anyway, the most recent, what I'm working on right now is a film I'm writing called Reclaim My Skin. And it basically is like a morph of an indigenous woman starting from Taino until now. And it's just one woman that's morphing and just showing all. The first part of it's called Strategies of Genocide. And the women really were the ones that were targeted first. And what was going on for thousands of years in other parts of the world, in the Western Hemisphere, we got it in the last 500 plus years. So I thought it was an important story to tell, and it includes everything that's happened to us. I guess because when they came, the power was the matriarchy and the matrilineal. The woman was the center of everything. She gave birth. She is the land. All her children are hers. And therefore the governing system went through like a clan system where different families from these mothers, we were it. And so I think when European came, they really, the first way to get in was to marry up some of these women, you know. So, and I really like the use of slides of the tobacco ads where you see the Indian women looking like free, loose, and naked. And come on and get your land for free, and one of these women. So they took down the women and our our medicine and faith societies and midwives, all of that, you know, and two-spirit societies. And we were reduced to being like whores, witches, and perverts, and all kinds of, that's how they reduced us. And we really lost our, not our power, I don't want to say that. We lost our authority. Our power we always have. We're always power. Every person in this room is power. And that's what I've learned through regaining and reclaiming who I am as a woman, as an indigenous woman, as a woman who's mixed as well. And I have so many stories from Sampson County that really blew my mind when I went home with my cousins and we met all our relatives. And I'm very proud of my history. And so I am going to tell you that my, just give you a little light on my family history. So my grandparents are Easter Sanders monk, and my grandfather is Keppel monk, and they were born like in Johnston and Sampson County, but their families before them all came from the same place. And that place was a really old place. It's an old village at one time, and my family still lived there until the Civil War, and then they were busted up and they had to just sort of go into the society around there. But they were hidden in the backwoods, and they were pretty much known as the Blackwells, the Blackwell family. They would not conform. They would not go to school. They would not go to church. I was told that they had a very hard life, that they were poor. No one would buy or sell or trade with them, that they were still wearing like leather clothes, and they were still bow hunting and fishing, and they were known for slave uprisings, instigating. And these were the stories that were passed to us. And eventually they busted them up and took all the children and placed them in homes in like Newton Grove area. And that would be like my grandmother's grandma and her uncles and so forth. So they were still speaking their language. Grandpa's grandmother still spoke her language. And I was told when you entered the house, you would go, "Kwe kwe," which meant I'm here. And so we have little bits of language, a couple of names that were carried down through our family, which are Tuscarora names, Tuscarora language. Eventually, some of my grandmothers, on my grandmother's side, her grandmother, which was Easter Blackwell, ended up marrying a man named Boyett Lee, who was a slave on the Lee plantation, on Farrow Lee plantation. And there were a bunch of brothers there, and they were the sons of the plantation owner. And the woman that, their mother was Sarah Lee. And he never married Farrow Lee. He was loyal to this woman. She was, her grandparents were Igbo. And so all her sons were musicians, and they played for all the functions in Sampson County. And so, you know, through Rhiannon Giddens, who taught me a lot, saying that the instrument, the banjo instrument, is an African instrument. Anyway, I really talk a lot about the music that came together from different peoples. And a lot of the music I sing really, I don't know where it comes from. It comes from the ground, and it comes from my ancestors. And it really has elements of so many things. And Grandma says that when they were young, they used to sit on the porch and stomp their feet and sing these songs. So, and she heard some of the songs that I sang, and she said, that sounds just like what we used to sing. That's just like home. And so I started recording lots of songs like that and using Tuscarora language and Tutelo language and all the different languages from our tribes. And it's been hard for Indian people's identity in the Carolinas. Like, they always want to wash us out and make us something that, you know, they want us to be, society wants us to be. And back in the day, so my grandma and her sisters told us that when the census man, they didn't say census, when the white man comes, don't you tell him that you're Indian. She goes, you tell him that you're colored. If you tell him you're Indian, they're going to drag you back behind the house and shoot you in the head. So that's what they would tell these 7 little girls, you know. And we have lots of stories like that. And we have stories of, here's another one that blew my mind, was they weren't speaking English, they were speaking Gaelic. And because of the Scots, there's so many Scots there. So they said more English started coming after the Civil War. And on the John, what's his name? Where Thelonious Monk's family came out of as well as my family, that they were speaking Gaelic and that they learned to read and write from the Gaelic Bibles. And so there's all this cross-cultural stuff, and I don't know how else to, I'm just giving you information about the histories of my families in Sampson County. But the Bentonville Battleground, and today it's called, right next to it is the Camp Tuscarora, and that whole area, that's where they all ran, is what I was told. And my family's lived there for a long time. And so they took in everybody, even though on the census you would see it as free people of color. And in most of the North Carolina communities, you find that those communities that was like code for Indian. You were not allowed to identify on a census record as an Indian. There was no such thing. You were black, white, or colored, or mulatto. There was no such thing as native or Tuscarora or even African, right? Or even Celtic for that matter. It was like people were just brought down to like property. And that's how I understood it when I examined everything. And so for me, reclaiming my skin is important. To me, it's like I like to name where all these ancestors I have, who they were, where they came from, what tribes they were, whether it was from Africa or from Europe or from my own maternal line right here in North Carolina. And before North Carolina, my family's before, they called it Ofnawayuka, which means the stomping grounds. And there are all these names, so I'm learning what the translations mean and all the waterways and so forth and how we're so connected to each other. And so I write canoe songs, I sing all kinds of songs that come to me and some old songs that I was taught. I'm kind of radical. I have a lot of political stuff, I guess. I'm very forthcoming with how I really feel. And I don't like to be boxed in, even by my own Native communities everywhere. I like to talk about all of it as much as we need to be proud of that identity, it also comes with so many ancestries as well. And that also gave life to who we are now. And we're still who we are then and now. And yeah, that's the way I see it. So I don't know what more to say. My father, who's from Puerto Rico, after my DNA test came back, I said, well, I'll be. Papa was right. So it was like Taino and Corsican. And so I read all kinds of connections and Berber, hey? So, okay, I think I've said enough.
Thank you. Thank you all for your comments, your reflections, your scholarship, and everything. We have, I'm going to say by popular demand, Purife, if you could honor us with about 30 seconds or so of one of your songs.
I have no idea what to sing. I could sing you either something very old from this land right here, or I can sing you something really old that came through me. So,
Your choice.
I don't know what, it's really a morning song. It's not an afternoon song. But I'm going to sing it because it's really old. It's too low. And I'm sure it was sung right in this area. So it went north. It traveled north with a lot of our relatives that went north. And joined up with the Iroquois Confederacy. And it's part of their repertoire. And
seems like unfair to go on. Okay, I'm going to defer. I have plenty of questions for all of our guests, including our keynote, but we're going to open it up to the floor for questions. Do we have a microphone? Please, we're going to ask if you do have a question, please wait for the microphone, one, because this is being recorded. We want to be sure to get it on there, and also, you know, we don't want to be too ableist in here. You never know how people are able to hear. So. I'm sorry. Oh. And you might want to stand up if you're able as well when you ask the question.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My question is to Ann Chen. I last saw you, I think, at Duke a few years ago, and we had a conversation because it was through that meeting that I found out about your project. And I was interested to know if there were any sites being considered in North Carolina, because we didn't know at that time, but since that time, I think the Bellamy House in Wilmington maybe has submitted an application. But I also know through communicating with the people at the North Carolina Department of Cultural Resources that Plymouth, North Carolina, which is my hometown in the eastern part of the state, Edenton, and maybe Windsor are sites that are being explored. So I wanted to get, if you could talk a little bit about what relationship your entity has with the efforts locally, and also what extent of opposition have localities who have been pursuing designations encountered in your experience?
Okay, those are two-part questions. One will be, I'll start with North Carolina. In fact, when I first started in North Carolina about 3 years ago, I met with Dr. Jordan to ask him if he could give me a contact, because the only arrival site that we had that was documented was Wilmington. Since then, and there's a booklet, there's a brochure out at the front desk if you'd like, that identifies the different documented sites. North Carolina rivals now both Virginia and Florida. We were told for years that North Carolina was not a location of Middle Passage arrival, and we defined that as Africans coming directly, not secondary arrival. So they're not coming from the Caribbean or the other parts of the Americas, but coming directly from Africa. Those that have been identified are Beaufort, Brunswick, Edenton, New Bern, and Wilmington. And there are plans and discussions within each one of those communities. It's headed by your cultural commission to talk to the local people about what their history is, because that's one of the points of this, is to expand the information locally, but also what the design of both the ceremony and the marker will be. It's one of our concerns and why we're pressing for these markers all on the coast of both the Atlantic and the Gulf, is that once again, if I die or the project disappears tomorrow, where is that information? So I think that markers, art, memorials, monuments are crucial as points of relaying information and reviving the value of that memory. The other question?
Well, it was just in terms of opposition.
Opposition, thank you. I think I want to just always put that aside. I would say that, and I'll go on record here, Oxford, Maryland, which is probably the site where both Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman's ancestors arrived. And you talk about place, history of place. It was a colonial port. It was a seafaring oyster village. It is now a retirement community. So there are people who have come to this geographic area because they like to sail their boats, and it's beautiful on the Chesapeake Bay. They don't have any interest in its history, how it got to be what it is. So we're always in danger of losing information. So how we preserve it and how we convey it is critical. But I would say that of all the places, I mean, Baltimore at one point they told me, because we could only identify one ship, and we used the Voyages transatlantic database out of Emory University as our source, primary source. But however, for North Carolina, we used a historian's data, Mitchington. And ironically, Professor Eltis at Emory had never accessed that data. We found it and gave it to him, and now he's included that data in the database. So there's always an exchange, and that's why I say the knowledge, the research that academics and local historians and genealogists do is critical. We found a new place in Virginia, West Point. We always just lumped it with Yorktown. Now we can actually separate the data from Yorktown and West Point. But it's always digging up, and I think it's critical that we network, that we share this information. We don't sit on it. It doesn't belong to us. And it certainly will help the progression, because I'm not going to be a pessimist, the progression in terms of how we use the information and how we apply it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Other questions? I think we have one back here. Where's the...
Yes, I'd like to ask the question of you historians and those of you who've done research, whether or not you've heard of Dr. David Imhotep, who said that the first people in the Americas were Africans. Have any of you done any research on that? His book is so expensive, I think it's about $2,000. But he's on my show, okay? He's on my TV show. But does anybody know anything about the first people on the United States in the Americas were Africans? You don't know anything about that? You've not done any research about that? Well, I would suggest that you do.
I can.
Because Dr. David Imhotep is evidenced.
How far back is he identifying? Because I mean, everybody originally came from what?
From Africa.
Is
right.
now
But
Africa.
Okay, but I'm talking about the first, before the so-called Native Americans, that Dr. David Imhotep, that's his name. And he is evidenced as a scholar who wrote a book, The First Americans Were Africans.
I don't know.
There's so much that's popping up out of the ground that has never been talked about. I can tell you from oral histories of Native people and their old stories, and some of the tribes will tell you they came from the east. They talk about the flood. They talk about coming inland from their lands that went down under the water.
Okay. If you go on YouTube, you can find out about
I'm
Dr. David
all
Imhotep.
over everything.
Yeah.
Because I want to know lots. But yeah, there's also a book that's really good also by a man named Graham Hancock. and it's called America Before. And you should, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in response to your important question, I mean, I guess I would have us all think about how different spaces get defined as who were the first people, right? who are indigenous to a particular territory. Because I know you're asking the question specific to the United States, but I think it's a larger question in the Americas. It's a question in kind of contemporary discussion of what is now Palestine, right? There are different questions about who were the first inhabitants of a space and what claims do we have to that history. I don't know if those of you have ever read Lerone Bennett's Before the Mayflower. You know, I was moving at home, you know, different boxes, and at one point I took it out recently. It was an original edition, and there are ways in which there was so many kind of perceptive points in that historical analysis, but there were also so many things that were very antiquated, you know, even how he was talking about kind of black history. But your point, I think, really is pushing us to think about not only who were the first kind of Americans, which America are we talking about, right? There's a kind of British colonial, you know, and I mean, earlier in the day, we've been talking about even in this panel, right, the question of, is 1619 the date, right? Is that the date that we are reflecting on? Should it be 1492? Should it be prior to? Scholars like Ivan Van Sertima, you know, who are making the kind of the arguments about not only people of Africans and people of African descent in the Americas and those dates. So I think you definitely have a really important point, some of which comes through oral history, some of which is archival, and some of which is how this is getting back to that, how I was opening in terms of, you know, what is history? Are we all talking about the same things? Are we talking about archives? Are we talking about the narratives we tell ourselves? What are we actually kind of speaking about? But at least having that conversation, whether it's Dr. Hotep or others, I think, you know, it's definitely a question to kind of think about. Yeah.
Yeah. If I can come in briefly, and then one of the impetuses for Jade's work in digging that pit is to almost be like an archaeologist. And archaeologists at my university have been looking at ear bones of Anglo-Saxons in Kent, so this is in Britain. And they're finding, out of 150 or so ear bones, they're doing DNA testing, that around a dozen of them are African. And this is a dark age. This is an age when there isn't, you know, there were Africans in the Roman legionaries in Hadrian's Wall. There was a whole Afro-British presence there. But then it said, oh, there were no more until the Tudor times. Well, if we start doing archaeology, we're finding that, and this will be published next year, so it's early days yet, but they're finding African presences in time periods and places where they'd never expected to find them. So what I suppose I'd say is that we have a much more mobile, much more mobile populations, and that, and also these Anglo-Saxons, as far as I can tell, are not slaves. Because they are in relationships of family relationships with the white people in these communities. They can't tell definitively they're not slaves. They can't tell definitively, but also the ways in which they're buried alongside them seems to talk about them being in relatively just being merchants who've become part of those communities. So this is just very new research which is showing up that the kinds of scholarship you're talking about needs to be looked into, because African presence is not just confined to the African continent, even in times and spaces where we thought it was.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that's really crucial is that we do open up history and make a place for all of this, because it can't be controlled. Like I said, we don't own it. It has to allow for information, knowledge, memory, oral history to be incorporated.
Can I say something? There's, like with all this DNA testing, it's like they're finding a lot of same like matches of people from different coasts and that are dating thousands of years back. And even like native people from like Taino people, we carry also like DNA that goes over into Australia or Melanesia and Polynesian, and it's dating back thousands of years. And so it's debunking the whole Bering Strait theory, as well as most of your East Coast tribes, all the what you would call Anishinaabe tribes and so forth, that they're also linking to what's like Berber in North Africa, those indigenous tribes there. And it's dating back way long, like 10,000 years ago. So you're having, I mean, there's so much history, and you know, like Antarctica we're beginning to see it. So there's just so much that just the tip of the iceberg is popping up out of the ground. And as people, we're really, I think our DNA is a whole lot older than we even know. Like human beings they're old. They're much older than they say they are. So that's my 2 cents there.
Yeah, the question I have is directed at Ann Island. First, with Ann, as I recall, there was a group of the African American Heritage Commission that met with John Hope Franklin's son, at the new Smithsonian relative to your initiative with UNESCO, and where he charged our state with getting that work done. But what I wanted to ask you was, which sites, if any, have already put up markers, and what has been the nature of those celebrations? Have there been artistic elements? And then for Alan, are there other artistic elements other than the visual art that you shared with us relative to this memorialization?
Well, I think that Wilmington and New Bern may be the 2 locations that are closest to having markers installed. But you could get more information from the commission itself, because they've taken over. This is one of the few states where the state has actually committed to putting up its markers, which is really wonderful.
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's really important. Anne had started by saying she was an activist and not an academic. I try to be an activist as well as an academic. And I live in the city of Lancaster. I brought up my children in the city of Lancaster. It's a slave port. And there was no memorial to that. There were no slave site tours. There is now, we set up the Slave Trade Arts Memorial Project and established, it's the 5th largest slave port, but we established the first memorial for victims of the slave trade in Lancaster in 2005, which was inaugurated by the civil rights activist Preston King. And what I want to say about that is we have that. Liverpool's been talking about trying to do something for years and years, and there's so much antagonism between different memorial committees, nothing's got done. Bristol, there's not a memorial on the quayside. London, there's a memorial, a beautiful memorial around abolition, and it's in the city of London. And the people who sit and look at it all day are rich people in suits eating their sandwiches. You know, and it could be placed just a few hundred yards away on the quayside outside the museum, the London Museum, and it would have lots of traffic. And it seems like one of the things that happens in Britain is that we choose the wrong places. There is a committee at the moment, you might have seen, there's Twitter feeds going around and a petition to have a memorial, a national memorial for victims of the slave trade in Hyde Park in London. The reason why it's suddenly getting very urgent is planning permission will run out soon. They've got planning permission, they haven't got money. The government's not giving them any money. We've had no money. So we're in this position where we need to have these markers, we need to have these memorials, because they're so important when they happen. I don't know if any of you know about the story of Abraham Lincoln and Manchester, where there is a memorial, there's a statue to Abraham Lincoln in Manchester. There's a statue there because on the 31st of December 1862, the workers of Manchester sent a message to Lincoln, and the message said, "We want you to continue with your fight for democracy and freedom," even if there might be questions about at this moment how much of that is, but that's the eve of the Emancipation Proclamation. And they say they want them to do that even though it's affecting us terribly. Because at this moment, because of the cotton famine, because of the embargo on cotton, there is no cotton getting through, there is no work. There are thousands of people. The town of Burnley, the town of Accrington has 10,000 unemployed out of 15,000 workers. Yeah, these workers, some of them are saying, get the cotton in, but a lot of them, 3,000 gathered together in a meeting in Manchester to send him a message of support and solidarity. He sends a message back saying, we in America are so impressed by your solidarity with us. And he sent 50 barrels of flour to the people of Manchester on the ship Griswold. And you can still see, as a memorial, one of those barrels in the Rochdale Art Museum. So international solidarity needs to be remembered. Intersectionality needs to be remembered. The links between working class, exploited Manchester people, their link to cotton workers in the Carolinas and elsewhere needs to be understood. It can't be understood if we don't have those memorials. And we have, right in the centre of Manchester, a beautiful memorial of Lincoln, and then on one side has his message to them, on the other side their message back to him.
So can I just add on to this, which is that there is and I believe this has resonance to UNC's campus, there is a question of not only kind of memorials that we have not erected, right, or memorialized, but what about, this is, it's coming, monuments, right? And this is really an open question. How do we not only memorialize, but also what do we do with symbols, call them monuments, for instance, that then are representative of prior orders, right? If we're talking about not just 1619, but also slavery and the slave trade, different markers that themselves are imbricated, whether in the U.S. context, whether that's the kind of the Confederacy. I'm not just, and a lot of times people want to say the North versus the South. I live in Massachusetts. People really kind of forget. I mean, for instance, Rhode Island, which called Rhode Island's original full name was Rhode Island and the Providence Plantations, right? Slavery was something that was imbricated in the Northeast as well. And so even on our campus, there are the questions of not only what memorials should there be, but also should things be taken down? Should the administration do it? Should the states do it? Should the federal government do it? Should they be both the relics and the new memorials? I know this is speaking of the UK, not necessarily Manchester, but in Bristol. This is something that has come up in terms of the University of Bristol really making its wealth, right? Most institutions, right? It was a port city. That was a slaver city where the University of Bristol made its wealth. So the question becomes, there are all of these symbols and names of the main individual that the university, right? Yeah, Coast. But should that be just not discussed, taken down? Forgotten? These are very difficult, I think. These are very, well, it is a whole nother symposium, but it is something that has to be addressed here. I mean, because this is talking about memorialization. I mean, it should be a follow-up, but it's not an either or. There's questions of, right, disavowed histories, right? What are things that should we have certain things buried? I mean, speaking of Frederick Douglass, my last book was The Political Companion to Frederick Douglass. One of the things that struck me was I'd visited Douglass's last home in Cedar Hill, which is kind of in Washington, D.C. And right now the National Park Service, does tours, and so I'd done a return visit, but I was leaving the front door and I looked at the kind of the curtains, and I thought I was doing a double take, and I went back, and there's a ball and chain on the drapes right from the front door in Douglas's home, so it was known as Cedar Hill. And so I remember I went and I said, is this a replica, right, of a ball and chain? And they said, no, Mr. Douglas kept his ball and chain from when he was enslaved. So mind you, when he's at Cedar Hill, this is the elder Douglas, right? This is Douglas, post, when he is at home, this is after the Civil War, but Douglas kept his ball and chain and wrapped it around the drapes such that when he exited his house every day, he had this reminder, in other words, in terms of memorialization, the reminder of not only where we have come or where he has come, but also this sense of the question of memory. I'm not saying it's easy. I don't have a great answer to this, or I hope that the Stone Center does do a follow-up, but I think all of us should be thinking about how do we memorialize, but also do we take down, or do we have any versions of memory? If it's not a monument, is it a ball and chain? Is it something else? And how do we, naming? For some people, it's the naming. This was post-revolutionary Haiti, right? To call it Haiti was to then return to a name that wasn't colonial, Saint-Domingue. That was the kind of the colonizer name. That was the slave name. That was essentially, Malcolm X said, that's the X, right? But to say Saint-Domingue was going back to the question of who is indigenous, right? The idea of Haiti was not black revolutionaries saying we were the first indigenous people, but it was, my sense was to give homage to those whose land many other occupants had annexed and had colonized, and so sometimes it's a name, not necessarily even just a monument, but it's really fascinating, especially hearing these presentations, and also that it shouldn't just be in urban spaces, but also kind of rural expanses. So yeah.
Do a time check here. How much time we got?
We have a little bit more time. Can I say something very quickly
Sure.
about this particular session? This session is about memory, period. So if you had been to dinner with us last night, you would have had this discussion about this statue and how it comes not to be on this campus anymore. So the whole idea is that we can't say that, well, the memory of this stops here and it's not connected to this other one. I think the metaphor that Alan gave us is that there are jagged edges and that some impose themselves on other elements of what we're thinking about, what we're talking about, what we're theorizing about, and we are pushed, if we act with a sense of ethical purpose, that we are bound to do it. We can't avoid doing it. So that's part of why we wanted these folks here. We wanted Alan to say a little bit about European landscapes. How do Europeans think about these moments in history? Are they forgetting them? Are they teaching them? Is it the state that's doing the memorializing, or are people having to do it itself because the state won't come to grips with it? This is why we wanted Pure Faith here. I'm sorry, Pure Faith.
That's fine.
It's okay.
That's it.
All right, good. This is why we wanted her to be here, because as you heard in that music, there is as much feeling, emotion, sensibility about the past, a looking forward as any other kind of presentation that you might be able to make. So that's the purpose of this, that this question of whether these things stay up or whether they go down, whether we take the names off or whether we keep them on. It's always crazy for me to think that when Enron had that scandal, did they question whether they were going to keep it on the stadium? They took Enron off immediately because they knew that it stained whatever else came in there. So I don't understand why, when we talk about these other pieces, that we can't get into this conversation about what does it mean when you try to purify a space, when you try to re-sacralize a space that may have been defiled or defamed by putting something there that has nothing to do with the will of the people, that has nothing to do with the way people think about themselves. So I don't want you to put any ball and chains on your arms when you begin to think about these kinds of things, to think about it expansively, to go past that boundary, And now that I'm up and I got the microphone, I'm going to ask my questions. All right, thank you. Okay, I want to go back to Neil. And when I mentioned to you how I pursued people, ask Neil how long I've been pursuing him. It's been like 4 years. 4 years. Actually, when he was writing his dissertation, when he finished his dissertation is when I contacted him. And look at where he is now. So I think it was important for me to see you writing about what you were writing about, and I want you to say a little bit more about that notion of getting to a space and reimagining what it means or what it looks like to be free in a place where you have to create everything from whole cloth, recreating family, traditions, ties, whatever kind of structure exists there, and what it means for this conversation. If you can do that in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think I can. I'll start. The hourglass clock is there. When I was not too long before when you first contacted me, I'd written a master's thesis on the idea of the Haitian Revolution, and at that moment I was completely convinced that something happened in 1791 to 1804 that happened nowhere in human history and would never likely happen again. But in many regards, I completely had a volte-face because I began to think, what was it about not merely the mass revolution, but also different, even though the terms are different. Some say runaways, some say fugitives, some say maroons. But what was it about people whose circumstance meant, whether individually, whether as a group, whether the entire society itself, had to reimagine the very nature of one's existence, and how did people do that, right? How do we do that even if we're living under conditions of constraint? I became increasingly fascinated, and I continue to be increasingly fascinated, even at our most difficult moments, about how is it that humans still seem, and particularly the people who I was looking at, Africans and people of African descent, were still not only merely resisting, because a lot of times, I know what's come up, at least even both the morning and afternoon, are questions of not only resistance and survival. I certainly would do that. Edward Glissant was cited in Alan's talk. Glissant had this idea in the Caribbean Discourse. He said that for him, versions of marronage were, he called, an economy of survival, right? I've certainly been interested in how we survive, but what does it also mean to kind of completely reimagine, right, the very terms of what we are, what we can be? And so Glissant has this amazing phrase that he calls a prophetic vision of the past. So he says we need to, and I think this would have bearing in terms of much of what we've talked about right now, which is that he says the first thing we need to do in a contemporary moment is he says we need to go back to the moment of entanglement. We need to go back to the moment in which inequalities and mastery and slavery all came together. And he says, that's the shift, right? That's the period of transatlantic slavery. That's going backward. And then he says, we need to then reimagine the histories that we're told. So that's maybe morning discussion, right? Narration. We need to then re-articulate a philosophy of history about what was not told correctly, whether it was disavowed or silenced. And then we need to think about how do we project into the future. So Robin Kelly, Sylvia Wynter, and others have said that Afrofuturism, that seems to be a lot of the term, or a lot of people are talking about that. But both of them said Afrofuturism is just a new term for a long tradition of marronage that's been happening. How do we actually think about it? I mean, to me, California is just one big Octavia Butler novel, right? I mean, literally, I'm not talking about California just in terms of the fire. I'm talking about the ecological disaster. I'm talking about what a lot of people don't want to think of is environmental racism. I've come to the conclusion in 2019, for those of us who teach also Caribbean thought and its relationship to African American thought, we cannot at this point, I would say, teach the history of the Caribbean without teaching the environment. Look at these hurricanes. You want to talk about Puerto Rico? Puerto Rico, Antigua, what is called the Lesser Antilles, the eastern part of the Caribbean, used to be, up until 5 years ago, where hurricanes did not hit, right? Not even a minimal hurricane. We have what recently in the last few years? Barbuda, Antigua and Barbuda. Barbuda flattened, for any of you who have been there, right? The dual island, completely flattened. We're in the midst of these, not just hurricanes, we're in the midst of, speaking of this attempts to euthanize, right? To literally at the ecological level, or what Sylvia Wynter calls the struggle for the human. That's why Wynter was always concerned with the environment. So for me, I exceeded the 2 minutes, but the question about how do we reimagine, or what Winter, when actually reflecting on a rock excavation in South Africa, in response to a panel with, actually was in the UK, Winter was on with Ngugi wa Thiong'o, the Kenyan novelist. She was talking about how do we actually kind of reimagine the very nature of what does it mean to be human in a world that does not, wants to claim that certain peoples are not human as such, right? How do we come to an awareness of who we are, and then also do it simultaneously? And so I think maybe that gets us back to the morning keynote of the question of time, right? The question of that we cannot be thinking in terms of linear time. If we're thinking about questions of progress, progress can't go from point A to point B or 2019 to 2020, because in many regards, we're seeing a lot of retrenchments, right, in the world today. But if we take that glissant notion, that prophetic vision of the past, in a certain way, we have to, in some sense, kind of bend time kind of backward and then go forward. I think that's what Octavia Butler was doing. I think that's what Sun Ra is doing. I think that's what, when we hear these beautiful, yet evocative of songs that, on the one hand, are talking about mourning, but they're being uttered by someone who is an ancestor to those whose lives may have faced challenges to survival, then I think that's how we reimagine. I think we have to reimagine backward-looking, present-looking, forward-looking, and not really compartmentalize certain communities and peoples as if our different struggles are not interrelated. I think that's what, whether you want to call it Maroons, Quilombismo, different terms, I think it's this Afrofuturism, it's the same phenomena. That's probably it is.
I think we had, yes, sir.
How do we embrace the remembrance of the past as we move forward to tell the truth history? The word that I kept hearing earlier in this panel was a term that came about through this struggle, and that word is color, people of color. How do we get people to understand today that we are in a context of this narrative, that we are all people of color? We heard the term DNA. DNA determines where some people come from. But if we are able to teach people nowadays that we are all people of color, could we embrace the humanized focus that we are all one people? How do we go about getting this message out to the general public that, hey, come in here, that we are people of color? Here is the truth. This is how it happened. That was said earlier that sometimes people were looked as being property. So I can do whatever I want with my property, impregnate, start another family out of that woman, and start another family also out of that woman. So we end up maybe 20 years from now, 30 years from that moment, we end up inbreded, marrying our cousins, our nephews, or nieces, and so we become one people. How do we get that message out?
In comment, we can also go back here. We had one other question, middle aisle here. Yep.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I was watching this symposium on Facebook Live, and then I just had to get myself down here. So I really appreciate you all streaming it live for those of us who couldn't come. But I had to get here. My question is in regard to expanding the religious narrative as we understand it here in the Americas. We've understood, or it's been expressed, that America is a Christian nation or Judeo-Christian nation, and we know that upwards of 30% of the enslaved people brought here come from the Islamic faith. PBS has done a good job of highlighting this with Prince Among Slaves, with Abdul Rahman. And so I think it's important that we begin to also explore how we become inclusive of other religious narratives who came from enslaved people. And it's really important as a woman of African descent to recognize the number of others of African descent who've embraced Islam, or as we say, returned back to what many of enslaved people, their ancestors, were probably also following. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to respond to that, because one of the things that we insist upon at our ceremonies is a representation of all faith practices. Now, I always laugh when I talk about when we do this in the South, because I say we like diverse faith practices, and they say, okay, a Baptist and a Catholic? and you know, we're saying, no, it has to be Christian, those who practice Islam, Judaic, Buddhist, and they go, Buddhist? And I'm going, this is all of who we are. And this is our community as it is now. And to be inclusive, and I think this in one way addresses your question, Reverend, we are people, we are humans, and we will have to acknowledge and incorporate everyone in order to move forward. I mean, you can't stay in your cubby. You know, the track is not by race or class. The track is human, and that's where we have to learn, and we do. And we have to teach. We have to practice it, and we don't.
Yeah, the reason why, I don't know if you saw the images from Lubaina Hamid's work with the 100 colourful figures, which I was showing earlier. And she talks about them having, it's called naming the money. So these people have become goods and chattel. So she insists on naming the money, and many of those 100 people are named Muhammad, Ishmael, etc. And she names them like that. She's British brought up. She was born in Zanzibar of a Muslim father. So what she's trying to do is trying to reinstate that, sort of a guerrilla memorialization, if you like, a guerrilla naming of those people. And she names them on the back of the counting paper, so in poems. And those poems are recited in the gallery space alongside music by many different people, jazz music and some opera and different kinds of music, representing a kind of, you know, smorgasbord of kind of influences. So I think that's what artists can do. Artists can name the money.
I'm going to ask our panelists if you had any closing thoughts, remarks, given the discussion that we've had and what you've heard from from the others at the table, briefly.
Well, I think one day is not enough. You know, I would like to see this expanded. It's wonderful to have the exchange with people, so that it's not just us up here. Thank you for coming, though, and thank you, all of you.
Yeah, I'd like to echo those thanks, but I'd also like to kind of talk about what we can all do to an extent. I've just been in Northern Ireland in Belfast, and they have a 1619 project, which enabled them to get some money from the government, from the lottery fund, to start a project. And the project is to talk about black presence in Northern Ireland. And there is a mural of Frederick Douglass in Northern Ireland. It's a mural about his radicalism, which was put up by Republicans. So there's that. But there's very, very few other markers. So what I said to them in my remarks was, actually, if you start a Black History Slave Tour this Black History Site Tour, sorry, and you might have just that one space now that you walk to, but you won't, because immediately they were saying, oh, well, there's that enslaved African buried there. Oh, there's that merchant who owned the big house there and he was involved in the slave trade. If you start walking those streets with 20 people walking with you, other people get curious and they say, well, is this a walking tour of Belfast history? And you say, no, it's a walking tour of Belfast black history. And then you go to Harland and Wolff, which is the shipbuilders in Belfast. Harland and Wolff built the Titanic. Is there a story to tell about the Titanic and black people? What about the Titanic toasts? These wonderful oral poems from the 1950s about Shine, who swam away from the Titanic. You might think that's a strange thing to talk about. It's not, because the Titanic also had black people on it. 3 Haitians were on that ship, the LaRoche family. They were only discovered in the 90s. So you can then say, hey, you could take them to the Titanic, big Titanic exhibition, and you could say, where do you talk about the LaRoche family here? There is no mention. Where do you talk about the Titanic toasts here? There is no mention. Where do you talk about sectarianism against Catholic people here? There is no mention. Is there a link? Sure, there's a link. Where oppression happens, it just doesn't just happen to you, it happens to other people. It happens to the Catholics who aren't given a voice in the Titanic Museum. So what we need to do is be activist academics. Don't let them get away with the bullshit. Thank you.
On that note, Underground Railroad, Tuscarora people were very key in escorting as well. Those were the trade routes that they used, and over the border, they would, right on the Tuscarora Reservation in New York, and you used to have a little girl sit on the porch, whether she had 1 or 2 braids, you knew if the coast was clear, and the slaves would cross over. So, and throughout Indian country, all the way up north, you can find those stories through all the Indian settlements or reserves or whatever you want to call them, the communities, the people. They hold lots of stories like that. And, but on the note of memorial, memory, I would like to say something about the missing and murdered women, which is a huge epidemic in the States and Canada. And also to remember that as First Nations people, we didn't have these states or these boundaries. All of Turtle Island, North America, was one place. And we didn't have borders, we had rivers. And we had mountains, and we had territories, and so forth. So I'd like to remember that as well. And most of all, just the state of the earth and climate, and talking about environmental racism and so forth, and just what I'm seeing up in Canada with the fires that have clearly gone across 4 provinces, obviously to clear a corridor for another pipeline. I live in the boreal forest where 65% of the trees are gone now, clear cut. And I live in the bush, like bears are in my yard, okay? So, and there's more and more coming, wolves and everything, because the forest this is a lung. The forest is a lung. It's very important that we have this. And the mining is what they want. And it's all Indian villages, and they're doing everything they can to clear the people out. And this is happening in indigenous land all over the world. So if there's anything that needs to be memorialized, it's the earth. And to protect, and protect the people that are protecting We have now they've hired people. Get this, they hire another brown people to come in, foreigners to come in into our territories, these people from Somalia, to bring drugs in, to bring meth in. And they come in, they camp out in these young people's houses, and they all get busted, they get taken away, and the children go to foster care, and some of them are put out on the street, and that's what's going on. Anything to get the land. It's always been about the land. Everything is about the natural resources. Everything. The government corporations, that's what it's about. I mean, that's what's... anyway, so that's why that movie, Reclaim My Skin, is about that. It's about the woman and the earth, right? And just everything that's happened to her and to the ground, the land, and so forth. So I think that's pretty much what I have to say. So, all right.
I think saying there's a definitive conclusion would go against the philosophy of Marinage. So I'll simply say some thoughts. There was a scholar once who's talked about a difference between black memory and state memory. You know, the state might have certain types of memory, but black memory, and I would imagine different forms of indigenous memory, are something else. So I would just invite everyone, not just in terms of spaces such as this, but also, and this came up earlier in the day, talking to kind of young people, as meant for some, you know, it's either oral history stories, some comic. Actually, there was a colleague who then brought back these series of one of my sons is interested in. You know, because of Marvel, and there's different types of comics, and it was an entire comic book series on the Haitian Revolution, you know, on different figures, not just the revolutionary figures, the main sovereigns, but others. If it's whatever type of form that we can actually have discussions in terms of with young people, with one another, to have, please do. There was the question in terms of thinking about different religious narratives. So how do we actually talk about not only Islam, but I would encourage people to have texts that actually are available, and people aren't teaching them. So Blyden's Christianity, Islam, and the Negro race should be taught. We should be looking at the figures such as Mackandal, who, as far as we know, within the Haitian Revolution was a practitioner of a different genre of Islam, but also Rastafari, different types of forms of worship within the U.S. context, within kind of transnational context, and then those who might not be of a particular religious faith, but also are raising different questions about not only how did we get on this earth, but also ecologically, and also in terms of our ancestors and one another. What are we going to do? And I'll just echo not only Harriet Tubman, but Frederick Douglass. You know, without kind of struggle, there is no progress. And I think if anything, this panel has taught me is that that is true. But progress is not only can be possible, we can do it, but do we have conviction? Do we have the will, or are we just simply going to temporarily acknowledge certain events or moments and then let those moments pass? And I am, to reiterate, not an Afro-pessimist. So I think that this is, whatever you want to call it, I do believe in transformation. And so I guess that's how I would probably end with that. Yeah.
Thank you. And thank you again for the panel. Just a couple of thoughts. This idea of memorialization is the two things that come to mind. One, I have a colleague and friend and mentor from Ghana, West Africa, Professor Kofi Asare Abuku, who says the memorial that should be put up in every African nation, particularly those from whom Africans were captured and enslaved, is a memorial of the mosquito. Right? The mosquito is what prevented things from being a lot worse than they were, particularly on the African continent, because Europeans couldn't get inside the continent, not just because of the people there, but because they could not survive. So in the context of the ball and chain, kind of as a memorialization, why not, right? Secondly, I spent a year in Richmond, and we started this thing with 1619 and the kind of beginning of it all. And Richmond is, I think, kind of ground zero for America and democracy, particularly if you think about the capital of the Confederacy, as well as one of the largest ports for enslaved Africans. Most people I did not realize that, rivaling New Orleans, right? Of course, there are many monuments, particularly to the Confederacy, which were memorializations many years after the fact of a particular memory. And there are many efforts to, like, okay, what are we going to do with those things? Let's tear them down, right? Or whatever the case may be. They haven't gone down. But that has not stopped many people. Now there are more memorials to the African heritage in Richmond than there are those to the Confederacy, right? So that's another counter-narrative that I think has to be brought into this. And then the last thing I'll talk about is what the, this is a colonized society, and it has colonized our minds many ways. And in reference to some of the comments and questions, one of the more toxic pieces of that is, who we are, right? And getting us away from the fact that all human beings are African, right? So even the question, who was here first? Of course it was African people, right? Because all people are African people, right? And you go tens of thousands of years of human history, right? Way before this idea of African, this notion of African even existed as a concept, right? For most of human history, there was no Africa, there was no America, right? But there were people who migrated out of the continent that we now call Africa, right? And so if you begin thinking about that, you begin appreciating the connection that we have. And this connection we have with the indigenous people here, right? One of the other things that colonization did, we talk about, you heard me say earlier about they didn't steal the lands from native people, right? The native people were stewards of the land. They didn't see themselves as owning the land, right? And that worldview, what they stole was a worldview, right? That resulted in the enslavement of human beings, treating people as property, treating the land as property. And when you talk about what we are struggling against, it is reclaiming that worldview, right? The connectedness, not just between us, each other, but the connectedness we have with all of the earth, right? And that's the struggle we have, right? And if we can continue to memorialize, right, those losses, but understand it has less to do with these ways we have separated ourselves, but the ways we need to connect better, I think we will do a lot better than we have. So thank you, Joseph. Thank you for all the people I know who were involved, having done these kinds of events. I know it goes well beyond one person in terms of being able to pull this together. So I know I appreciate it, and we'd like to give you and your crew a hand.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Craig. We're going to move into another section of the program, and I'm going to ask you to bear with us while we go through a little preparations. Before we do this, Craig was very, very generous in thanking me, but once again, I want you to recognize Stone Center staff who actually did this program. I get to take credit, but they actually did the program. Standing back to my right is Sharif Abdrame, who is our program manager. Most of you all know him as well. Hiding in the back here in the back seat is Stephanie Colbert, who is our communications person. And on the left side, the person who signs the checks is Shakira Singleton, right? I also want to actually give a great vote of thanks to Joel Curran, who's just come in, who is the university's Vice Chancellor for Communications. When we were just beginning and floundering around and trying to figure out how we were going to get the information out, how we were going to get you here, how we were going to let people outside of the university know. He brought us into his office, sat us down, gave us tissues so we could dry our tears or whatever, and then pointed us in the right direction, brought his staff in, and put them at our service. So all of you who heard, got invitations, who signed up and saw how well, and this looks so, well coordinated. If it had not been for them stepping forward to give us that help, we would not have been here. I also want to, for the folks who are co-sponsors, please stand up. Lloyd, Eunice, please Amy, if you will. I want folks, these are people who donated money, so I want you all to see them as well. There are other folks here, of course. Donna Jones, who's going to come up and do introductions for us in a moment. But Donna from the Carolina Black Caucus also is very, very much implicated in what happened here. So did I say implicated? Did I say imbricated or implicated? Which one did I say? Okay, it's implicated in this. She's a co-conspirator, let's just say it that way. But more important than anything else, and I say this every time, you all are I don't know, as far as I'm concerned, we would not be here if you were not coming out, participating with us, supporting us, critiquing us at times as well, but always doing so in constructive ways. Without all of this, all of these things that you see on the wall would never have happened. So thank you so much for continuing to support us. Again, I'll mention one other thing, that there are books for sale by Neil. I think Jessica's book is out there. There's also a book by Patrick Horn from the Historic Jamestown Foundation for those of you who want to learn a little bit more. Now, what we're going to do now is I'm going to ask those persons who have the candles to pass the candles out to those folks in the audience as we prepare for the libation ceremony. I will. Yeah, I will. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you again for at the last minute getting on the printer. We really helpful. Thank you.
if you would. Hey. And you can just make a circle around the stage, having your candle in hand. Yeah, to light it, you just flip the switch on the bottom, but not yet.
Come all the way around.
Yep, all the way.
All the way around. Come all the way around.
All the way. Okay. Well, thank you all for staying for this memorial ceremony, which is in honor of Black, Indigenous, and all lives who were victims and are now recovered. I'm going to introduce our religious leaders who will be joining us today. We have First Minister Robert Campbell, who is president of the Roger Eubanks Neighborhood Association here in Chapel Hill. He moved to Rogers Road in the early 1970s, just as the landfill was beginning. Minister Campbell also served as president of the Chapel Hill Carborough NAACP, and he and his wife helped start Faith Tabernacle Oasis of Love International Church. Minister Campbell grew up in the neighboring Northside community, but remembers visiting friends in Rogers Road throughout his life. He left Chapel Hill to join the Navy in 1969 and was involved in Vietnam. After his service, he returned to Chapel Hill and has been entrenched in issues of social justice around this community. We also have Jean-Michel Desaki, who was an economics student at the University of Douala in Cameroon when he made a radical shift. He left school and spent the next 9 years living in the forest. He spent his days interacting with the trees and the river, and this deep connection with nature spawned an artistic passion and a career as a sculptor. His mixed media pieces meld wires, computer parts, and other detritus of modern life with roots, vines, termite dust, and fabric, forcing a conversation about how humans interact with primordial and the mundane. He served as a resident artist at North Carolina State University's Arts Village program, where his artwork was exhibited at the Gregg Museum of Art and Design, amongst others. And finally, Imam Abdul Hafiz Wahid. In 1998, Imam Abdul Hafiz Wahid became the first Muslim chaplain at Duke University, and he has since served on the staff of religious life at Duke University. Imam Wahid also conducts community and public education presentations on Islam at religious, civic, business, and governmental institutions. He currently serves as an instructor in Duke's continuing education program. For the last 41 years, Imam Wahid has been an active member of the Muslim American community in association with the renowned leader and thinker Imam W. Dean Muhammad. Imam Wahid has served in the position of chaplain in city, state, and federal correctional institutions. He has also served as resident imam in the Bronx and Durham and has been a respected leader in Durham for the last 27 years. In recognition of his commitment to the community and leadership, Imam Wahid was recipient of the 1996 MLK Jr. Keeper of the Dream Award. And I'll turn it over to Minister Campbell.
First of all, what I need everybody to do is get as close as you possibly can to each other to create this solidarity, this unity. Normally, when I do one of these libations, what I usually do, I get people to link their arms together as a chain.
There's room over here. Yeah. Come on over here. That's
Kind of link your arms together, and you can still hold up your lights. All right. Don't turn them on yet. Don't turn them on yet. All the ones that is in this area, I will refer to you as being the North. Over here, you will be the West. Over here, you'll be the East. And back here, you'll be the South. All right? But I want you to repeat something after me as we get started. I'm a link in the chain. And the link in the chain will not break here. This is our commitment to solidarity and unity. Thank you. An African proverb tells us that people who lack the knowledge of their past is like a tree without roots. So in the spirit of remembrance, we will light this libation. We will light to honor the past so that we may learn from it. We light to honor the importance of family. We raise our lights to God, the Creator, to show us our reverence for the original source of our life. We use the light to freshen and brighten the road our ancestors traveled to be with us today. We use our lights as a symbol of the continuance of life to purify and to nourish our souls. We light up to celebrate the coming together of the family of the creation as when we believe. And as we believe, we are from the gathering. Our gathering is unto him, he who had created us as one, spirit unto himself. It is said that through others, we are somebody. Through this gathering, we are bordering and enlarging our family circle. Remember our heritage and recall those who gave us life. We call upon the ancestors. We call upon our grandfathers, our grandmothers, our aunts, uncle. We call on the strangers that live among us in our community. We become one. We are unified. We help restore and develop one another and in our journey. As our journey, we travel to the north. Lights. Switch under the bottom. The west, the east, and the south. It shows that we light up the past of our ancestors, that we remember that which they have instilled in us, the wisdom and the knowledge. Let us continue to tell the stories that we heard around the table, that we continue to pass on the legacy of those who came before us. Let us embrace that yesterday, that it may be today, and also the seed for the future, that we are one, that we stand in solidarity honoring our ancestors, that we carry on the vision that they had for us, that we become those free people, that we become the people that help shape where our world will go today. How we instill in one another the love and the embrace and the warmth of family and community as one. As often said, the old proverb says that it takes a village to raise our children and to raise our family as one. So let us continue to embrace one another. Let us be the barriers of solidarity, speaking love and friendship. A verse in the Bible tells us that in order for us to have friends, we must first show ourselves to be friendly. Therefore, let us take the torch that we hold within our hand and let us raise it up. Because he said, if I be lifted up, I will draw all men unto him. That we come unto the Father, the Creator, as one people, one family unto him. In Jesus' name,
Amen.
I am Disake, the grandson of Disake and the son of Ebokolo, the grandson of the king of Babinga. And I need to thank my ancestors to let me come here at this big moment to share a ceremony with all of you here together. It is an important moment for me because what I will first ask in front of all these people, all this family, I will talk with the voice of my ancestor to first ask nature to forgive us for what sad we did, because I am nothing. I remove my shoes because I need to honor the ancestors first. And I come here and I recognize what this will be sad, what happened in the past. And today, with this ceremony, I am trying to ask our ancestor to repair, to sow, to use the vine to link us and to try to repair what happened and what sad we do for the universe and just give love to us. So I will ask you, please, if it's possible to you, to give me the right to speak in the traditional language. Thank you. Before that, I will show you what I use. I use this plant because it's a symbol of link. And we use that in traditional school that I went, that they call Mutibe. It is also a traditional school that is like I don't know if some of you watch Black Panthers. We have that traditional school in Cameroon that they call Mungi in Mutibe. We use this to purify people. We use also salt. I use also salt. And I use also this mud. This mud. So, and this calabash, because we in Africa, our church is nature. Our church is nature. We make ceremony in nature. And I will use water because we all have blood. And the blood have the same color for each other. So thank you. I will ask you both to hold, to anyone to hold the hand to each other. please. Mba di sakat bunje la di bunja tete la teta di bunje la di bunja nkang abambambe mba nu nan nu poi o Amerika o jene bona nyangwa mbena ba andi seno na ba ise biona lo la kisebiso e banja na di system na sim na ba ise biona lo tele babo mangeya na ba menepe ba wasebia ngobabu babiye banjabe na beno babe ndolo babe pe tonde musango omudi onyolo omambo mabu mese babe ndolo abambambe na titi tolambo mba disake man madiba amena biomenelo wukino amengu velova jo velova jo velova jo ekwa mwato ekwa mwato ekwa mwato oh ekwa mwato oh otam njom oitampe te njom ma madiba mena lubodi no biso na mabaise biona luboli na ma madiba mayi o sangise mile mamasu mayi ojua mioso masu ma madiba mena mabodi bona yangwa ba uno wa Afrika ba po ino wa nan ma madiba pe matimane ba bomboa ba yi osombise na biso ni ka ibola ne ondolo omulema na omambo mese na bam ma madiba mena mawunde mbo amengu ma madiba mawuwase ma madiba pe matimbe moy abambambe mba disake na abele bion na loye lo etere babo mangeya lo etere babo mangeya lo etere babo mangeya ebanjana biso ende bato biso mbo Afrika biso ndele nyangwa mujuma wase biso pende langame ne wenge osunge mujuma wase abambambe bio la kise biso nyana disi ben teme la sim la kise biso bio bolana nyambe weke momene nu weki biso atele biso mangeya abolina bona yangwa subesele na biwana ba bese motote asingi bwama abwe munyenge abambambe mba disake hatsake na baise biom laksan na timsepe bio jita na masoma biom mene tambame ba bona yango basu bina biwan osongo na som. Thank you. So I was just trying to make a short ancestral prayer, and I was just talking to ancestor to repair, as I say at the beginning, and to bless all us and to give us love. It was a difficult moment that we can repair. It's very difficult, and sometimes we write the history, and sometimes the history is not sometimes true. We fight together, and the message that I have is just love. It's love, and with love we will increase. So thank you.
We thank you all for staying for the ceremony and hope that you felt the energy. And to echo Minister Campbell, we are one, and we hope that when you break arms that you do not break the link. So thank you and be well.
Just one last thing. Can I have my camera?